What are you wearing?
A Canadian tuxedo.
Canadian
I'm a hockey player. Let's go Blues.
Let's go Blues.
Let's go Blues.
To all you Blues fans, we're bleeding blue with you.
Let's go Blues. Let's go Blues. Let's go Blues.
Now please welcome to the ice for their pregame warm-up, presented by Scott Credit Union. Yours.
BlueNote Draft Day Fan Report. Hey, 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 it is here, and we have one more than what we thought. Yeah, we were supposed to have 3. We now got 4. We have 11, 15, 16, and 29. I will say this. The Blues could draft all 4. They could trade all 4, or some combination in between. We just don't know. There is only one thing, 2 things that I think I can say for certain will not happen today. And these are the only 2 things that I can say for certain will not happen today. 1, Robert Thomas will not get traded. And 2, Colton Parayko will not get traded. Other than that, everything's on the board. Welcome, Justin. Welcome. And I didn't mean to leave you hanging. I just wanted to get that out right away, buddy.
Yeah, I mean, no, those 2 guys aren't being moved. Thomas has been reported and confirmed not to be moved for weeks now. I still see talks about everybody wanting Robert Thomas. Sorry, you're not getting him. It's not happening. And Parayko's an interesting one. I don't have a problem with him staying. I absolutely don't. I think he should stay here. I think the way the Blues are taking that direction, I think is A-okay for him. The only way that I would have said, okay, I would possibly toy around with the idea of moving him would be if you were able to get up into that second spot. And you were not.
But I think it's come out saying that he's not on the block. Like they're not mentioning him. They're not offering him up.
Yeah, I wouldn't think so. Like I said, I feel like it gets lost in translation. A lot of fans of different teams, dude, you guys got to value, man. Players that want to play for your city and play for your team, you need to value those players, man.
You and me have had some really good conversations, and I call them conversations, but texts back and forth. And you and me see things slightly differently. We're not completely far off. But there's one thing that I think so many people don't freaking understand. And I mean, when I'm talking this, I'm talking fans, I'm talking media, I'm talking players, I'm talking GMs, you name it. There is something that I think a lot of people really don't understand. And I look at the St. Louis Blues right now, as of today, before we even touch any of these, 14 picks or 13 picks that we have. And I sit there and go, this is a team that can contend very quickly and for a long time. And I think a lot of people are missing that. Now, I know you think we're 1 to 2 years off, and I get that. We might, for being a cup contender, yeah. But for being in it, no. I think we're a playoff team as we stand right now. I think that we have a cupboard that is underrated. And what's the word when when you not there's another word for underrated, and I can't think of what it is. But like our system is ranked the 10th best, and I think it's a lot better than that. I think it's underappreciated, and I think it's been dismissed. Where I really think it's better than what it is. I really do. What do you think, Justin?
Well, I can tell you with certainty. I can tell you right now. Okay, so we're talking as we speak right now, where the Blues sit right now, without making any of their picks, without trading any of their picks. I can tell you with certainty. And this hurts me to say because I love the St. Louis Blues and I'll love them no matter what moves they make. This team, as we sit right now, does not make the playoffs. I'm just telling you that right now. And if they make the playoffs, it will be because Robert Thomas and guys like Philip Broberg and Jimmy Snuggerud carry this team to a playoff spot. That's the only way this team is going to make the playoffs. You're talking about, yes, you added a good, decent player in Connor McMichael. He's young. You know, we got the extra first round pick for the Kyrou trade. That's all fine and dandy. But in a couple years, when these guys develop, sure. But as of right now, when you sit here, before the Blues have done anything, this team is not a playoff team. And I say it because of this. We talked about how the Blues are not far off. Even though the Blues got a good deal for Jordan Kyrou, like we discussed about, like we broke down, you still got a lesser than player in that deal than Jordan Kyrou. I know. I'm not saying Mike Michael's bad. I'm not saying that, Blues fans. I'm saying he is not the player Jordan Kyrou is. He's not the player. He may be a decent player two-way. He does a lot of stuff in front of the net. He's a center, but he can also play wing, so that's valuable as well. And they're different positions. Kyrou's game, defensively especially, as a winger, is outstanding. His defensive numbers as a winger are outstanding the last couple seasons.
Buffalo's booing the commissioner.
Okay, yeah, well, they do that. Everybody does that.
It's become a thing now. It's become a thing.
Oh, yeah. So you take Jordan Kyrou and you take him off this team. Again, he had a down year. We all know this. But Jordan Kyrou has put up 70 points in his career 3 times. The guy has gotten better with his defensive game. If the Blues do not make some sort of a move to where they get a player that can replace that kind of production and skill talent, you're looking at a couple more years. You're looking at a couple more years.
Replace it in the aggregate? Couldn't you replace his production with 3 players?
What 3 players?
Carbonneau?
Again, Carbonneau's not going to come in and put 70 points on the board.
Stenberg? No, I said in the aggregate. Do you know what in the aggregate means?
Yes, I know. But again, I think you're missing it. I think you're missing my point. Stenberg is going to be great. I think he's going to be awesome for this team. I think he's a great depth guy. I think Carbonneau is going to come in, be a blue-collar guy.
Carbonneau, Lindstein, and the guy that we just got, McMichael. Those 3 guys together, I think, could give you more than what Kyrou gave you. And now you have brought up McTavish, and you are heavy on, I don't want to give up a bunch for McTavish. And you've shown some stats. And I got your stats. I got what you showed. My problem was they weren't apples to apples. They were this year. And because they're this year, they don't show. I mean, when it comes to McTavish, he's only 22 or 23 years old, 22 years old. He's still got growing to do. And for the last 3 years, he's played on a bad team with coaches that haven't used him right.
The Ducks had Coach Q. He got benched a couple times in the regular season and got pretty much benched in the playoffs. I don't understand. First of all, I want to point this out, and I want to build a comparison because you're talking about comparing apples to apples. I just talked about how Jordan Kyrou's game defensively has gotten immensely better as a winger, and
Yeah.
I think all you needed was to put a guy with Jordan Kyrou, and the offense would come along with the defensive side of things.
With that. I
And,
agreed with
but
you on
here,
that.
let me finish though, because I know you agree on that point. So I think that in the grand scheme of things, you should have put someone with Kyrou. You would have seen the offensive levels rise while the defense continued to improve because it was improving and it was looking very good. But then Blues fans want to turn around, trade Kyrou, and then bring in, although yes, young, I understand it completely. Blues fans want to bring in a worse defensive player than Jordan Kyrou on the wing, than the guy who's at center that should be very okay defensively. This isn't just me saying it. Just anybody who watches McTavish can tell you he's not good defensively. So all the reasons that people complained about Jordan Kyrou, it is going to be Jordan Kyrou 2.0. And you know what? He is going to get shit on to no end here in St. Louis. And I can tell you that with certainty because they're going to complain about the same things about McTavish that they did with Kyrou.
And while I do see your points, maybe McTavish, and I put it this way, could McTavish be a guy like Kyrou that just needed a change of scenery? That things just didn't work out there. There were just, I didn't work for me. And the other reason, the reason that I believe that the St. Louis Blues are quite possibly, what is this here? There's something with Vegas. Our their state high school championship team. I just think that, oh man, I just completely lost my train of thought. Talk about squirrel moment.
I have no reason with the Blues giving McTavish a run, but I'm telling you right now, I'm not giving up the 11th. I'm not giving up the 15th, and I'm not giving up the 16th for McTavish. Take the 29th. Take a prospect like Stenberg, or not Stenberg, Zach Dean, and maybe throw in another secondary prospect and leave it at that. I'm not exploring McTavish, who, even though young, is still terrible defensively. He's slow as molasses. And if you watch him from a lot of Ducks fans that I've interacted with, he's not exactly he's a bigger guy, yes, but he's not exactly some freaking wrecking force. So I'm not exploring anything with McTavish unless it's the 29th. That's the furthest I'm going.
So
That's
the
it.
clock is ticking. Toronto has 2 minutes and 30 seconds to go. I will play the picks, and if I get in trouble, I get in trouble. We will play the picks. I did think that there was a small chance that I was going to be able to get in on the Blues press conferences through my NHL access, but I can't change my name, and if I can't change my name, they're not going to let me in. So I'm not going to try it. I might, and if I got in, I wouldn't be able to play it, right? I wouldn't be able to play it. So.
Yeah, I mean that's another good point, Matt Lowe. He's under 50% on the dot. I mean, yes, he's young. I understand he's young, and I understand that the future is what you're building for. But why aim low and why settle for a guy that is less than the guy that you already had, that you already kind of bitched out of St. Louis?
Yeah,
it doesn't make any sense. Why not aim high? Zacharinsky,
it's what's
Marchenko.
Available. Because it's what's available. And the problem is that and you talked about this. Hold on, you talked about this. All these guys who want to win now just want to go to teams that they think can win now, like Robinson, who wants $15 million and a cup, but doesn't want to work for it. The Blues are a team that are a lot closer to a cup than people give them credit for, and guys like that are overlooking St. Louis are missing a huge opportunity. But St. Louis isn't going to give you a no-movement clause, and they're not going to pay you $14 million. Here we go. Pick is in. So
Their pick is in. This will be McKenna. This won't be anybody else.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it will be too. I think the drama comes after this. I just wonder if he's going to go back to Penn State for a year. Here we go.
Nothing like the passion of fans in Buffalo. It is now time for the first pick in the 2026 NHL Draft. Please welcome one of the Toronto Maple Leafs' most diehard and iconic fans.
Oh my goodness.
What's up, Toronto? Man, what an incredible night. Oh man, the child in me is ecstatic right now. I've been a Leafs fan since I was just a little boy, and these nights are so special. I'm so grateful to be here. But we got something to talk about right now. And if you follow me, what's going on, guys? How are you?
Just announce the name. Damn.
Hey, hey. We got something to share with you guys tonight. I don't know if am I supposed to come up right up here? Hey, how are you? Good, good, good. Thanks for having me tonight. Yes, sir.
That is Justin Bieber.
I'm ready. Should I go for it? Mr. McKenna,
Gavin
we
McKenna.
would like to draft you to the Toronto Maple Leafs.
Well, it is Gavin McKenna.
Holy, I'm shocked. I'm shocked.
Yeah. Oh my goodness.
Throw a party in
my
Toronto.
goodness.
They've been talking about it for 7 weeks now.
Yeah.
He's going to be a Maple Leaf.
Could they have announced it? Could they have gotten anybody worse to announce that? I mean, he made it all about himself, right? Nothing to do about the draft. Now, if he would have, when he walked down the aisle, turned around and gone right up to Gavin McKenna and announced it, I would have been like, that's cool. I'll give you credit for that. So.
Yes, Kelsey, it's Justin Bieber. Yes.
Yeah. I answered that earlier. I thought I did. Well, now the clock is ticking on number 2, and do they take Ivan Stenberg, or do they trade it? And I know they've been working on something all day.
I doubt it. If you don't see a move, if you don't see a trade move, they'll take. I think they want a defenseman. I know San Jose wants a defenseman, but there's a reason they got that 9th overall pick, and that would probably be for the defenseman. I doubt they pass on Stenberg unless it's traded.
We'll see.
I doubt it. I doubt that they're trading. I feel like you would have had something traded by now.
To me, the best thing to do that you can do is pick him, and then whoever your defenseman goes, reach out, do that draft day trade, because in the NBA that shit works all the time.
Yeah, I mean, we'll see. I mean, but this was the 100% confirmation, or the 100% in my mind. I knew Gavin McKenna was going to Toronto. There was no one else that they were going to pick. Stenberg maybe, but no, they were going to go with McKenna all day. Is what it is. I hope he has a better career than Mitch Marner did in Toronto.
Yeah.
Which I love because, and that's a good point. Why we're kind of just waiting. This was a good point Guy was making about stars not wanting to come here. I posted this. I feel like if these players would sit down and actually think about these destinations of where these teams want these guys, and they looked at a team like St. Louis, they looked at a team like the Utah Mammoth, they look at a team like the San Jose Sharks. On those teams on the up and up that are very close, if you take a guy like a Jason Robertson and you insert that one of those guys into your lineup, you're instantly close to a contender.
Yeah.
And most players, most stars don't see that. Most players don't see that. They only look at the surface of things. Oh, what's the best team I can go to now?
Yeah.
But if you think about it, the teams that like St. Louis, teams like Utah, teams like San Jose, they're younger. So realistically, if they go there, they'll be a great player there. And that team's on the up and up. So their window is longer than teams that are winning now, because the teams that are winning now are older.
Take our picks. You know what? It's not worth 4 picks. The number 2 overall is not worth 4 picks. It's worth, and I've done the math on this, it's worth the 11th, the 15th, and a high second round pick. That's what it's worth. That's what it's worth. That's it. It's not worth what you guys want to give up for it. Trust me on this. And this person has a question. You are able to ask your question, but I may not answer it depending on what the question is, because I don't know you. Right? We'll see what happens. I've already put one person in timeout on Facebook. If you're gonna on YouTube, if you're gonna come in here and not make comments that are directly to what this show is, the St. Louis Blues and the NHL draft and hockey, you're going to be put in timeout or you're going to be blocked.
It's okay.
I'm not
it's
playing
okay.
games. I'm not playing games.
It's okay.
Sorry.
Relax. It's
no,
okay.
I'm not playing games. If we're going to be here for 3.5 hours, I'm not playing. I've already seen one.
I know. And hey, I know. And you quietly remove it. Like I said, if anybody makes comments, then you just remove it. You don't. We're fine. Like I said, we want to grow this show, fans. Like we love that support and we love it, but this show can't just be all same people. If you guys are new and you guys have actual questions, please ask them. Ask away.
On that note, what did y'all think of Robertson denying the trade? We kind of talked about it. I think he made a mistake, but at the same time, the Blues aren't paying him $14 million.
Well, see, the thing is Robertson. Like I just talked about it. Stars look at teams and they look at who can win now. Yeah. If these stars looked at teams like St. Louis, teams like Utah, teams like San Jose, they would see that these teams are younger. And the way I view Robertson is Robertson was scoring 35, 40 goals already, and he was playing with Rope Hintz. Imagine if he accepted a trade to St. Louis where he could play with Robert Thomas.
Yeah.
And Robert Thomas is a better player, I think, than Rope Hintz.
Yeah.
Dude, you're talking about a guy that could probably put 50, 55, 60 goals on the board, for Jason Robertson. But see, stars especially don't view that. They only view they only view the teams that can win now.
Yeah. No, I went, that's what we talked about, right? That's kind of where I went. No, guys, so Aaron goes, oops. I hope I don't get timeout for my Robinson. No, your Robinson question was fine. There was a comment that was put on YouTube. The comment itself wasn't a bad comment. The problem is it doesn't fit with what this show is. And if someone's going to go and do that, there's more that's coming from it, right? That's not. And I had someone try and put a racial epithet during one of my other shows, right? And I had trouble with that. I almost got reported for it. So I just got to be smart with this stuff. And I can't really block people on Facebook, but I can on YouTube. And most people on Facebook love me anyways.
So this
I
will
didn't
be
think
interesting.
Vegas forfeited. Vegas didn't
Uh,
forfeit. Seattle or Ottawa did.
We haven't seen what is it? This is going to be interesting. We're not seeing any movement. Seeing as the clock is ticking and we only got under a minute left.
No, picks in. The picks in.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So. Okay. There we go. Yeah. Got it. Yeah. Like I said, for me, they were going to make this pick, and I think they're probably going to take Stenberg, and I think they'll probably aim for a defenseman at number 9. Or if they take a defenseman here, Stenberg won't be there at 9 for sure. Someone else will take him if they pass on him here. But they're either taking a defenseman or they're taking Stenberg.
I'm pretty sure they're taking Stenberg. I mean, there's no way. There's no way you don't take Stenberg there.
God, what a terrible analogy that reporter just made. That's such a bad analogy.
Oh.
She literally said, I kid you not, Blues fan, she said, this guy's like a Mitch Marner type player.
Yeah.
What a worse comparison that you can make for Leafs fans. Jesus Christ.
Yeah. Here we go. Sharks coming up. Vegas forfeiting a pick. I don't think they forfeited a pick. They could have. If they did, it had to do with the Babcock situation.
It wasn't a forfeit. I think it was they got it. Didn't they? They got punished because of the media thing, right? It was because of that. Because he didn't. Tortorella didn't talk to the media.
Yeah, it might have been. Oh, my daughter loves this girl. My daughter absolutely loves Layla Edwards. If they lost it, then I'm not, because I'm still showing all 32 picks. So unless they're going to skip them at some point. Well, I don't see them on the board, but their pick probably went somewhere.
The San Jose Sharks are proud to select from the Frölunda Swedish League, Ivar Stenberg.
The Swede taken in the top.
There you go.
There you go, Blues fans.
Now, the question is, how much wheeling dealing is going to happen behind the scenes? Because they still got number 9. This is where at the end of today, I don't think Steenberg is still. Oh, they're second because they didn't have a first. Okay, that makes sense. Thanks, AC Generator. Thanks for helping me with that. I don't think Stenberg is a Shark by the end of the day. I don't think he's a Shark by the end of the day.
If the Blues, okay, first of all, if the Blues wanted to get in that spot, they could have offered everything in their brother and then what they wanted. I'm telling you right now, the price is still going to be high. Just because they drafted him, they didn't give you the draft pick doesn't mean now that they got the player. The pick is, or the player is still going to be valuable, and they're still going to try to move him. Or I don't think they're going to move him. I think Blues fans need to just give up.
Yeah.
If they didn't want him, if they didn't want Stenberg, they would have took a defenseman. They needed a defenseman also. So now it comes down to who does well. Okay, so Stenberg's gone. These top two, I'm not surprised about. And now it's going to be who Vancouver goes with.
Well, let's talk about something that's a little down the road here. Let's talk about 15 and 16. I think I know what they're doing with 15 and 16. Do you think you know what they're doing with 15 and 16?
Well, if it's what I think you're thinking of, and what every freaking Blues fan and their mother wants to do, I'm going to let you take it. But if it's what I'm thinking, I don't agree. So go ahead.
I think they're taking the ruck trend. They're going to pull a Vancouver with the Sedins and take the rucks at 15 and 16 because, again, this isn't. It's not as much of a reach as some people would say it is, right? It is a reach, but it's not as much of a reach. And you're also talking about a team here that is very good at developing players, and this could be really good for them, right?
Yeah, no, this is that would just, you say it's not a reach, but man, I mean, I think Marcus Ruck is projected to go second round. You're gonna take a projected second round guy at 16. I doubt it. I doubt it. Man, this I feel for me, I feel like this fan base is so goddamn desperate for brothers, man. Like so desperate, man. It's crazy.
Why have back-to-back picks? Why have back-to-back picks? Right?
Well, that's what the Capitals had. I mean, you can't change what the Capitals had in the deal. They had the 16th overall pick. It's just how it worked out.
Okay, and maybe, but it just feels like that. I mean, because this is the only way you guarantee it. If you took one of the rucks with 15 or 16, there's no guarantee the other one's going to be there at 29 because teams may know what you're going to do because you don't have a second-round pick. So your 29 is your second-round pick.
Yeah, but again, though, I feel like.
By the way, Otto's there right now.
Yeah. Again, though, I feel like to think that it's not a stretch is just kind of crazy because you're talking about, like I said, this Marcus Ruck going in the second round, and you're talking about drafting him in the middle of the first round. I think that's although this organization is great in developing talent, don't just get brothers just to get brothers. I think that's a stupid mindset. I don't understand. Well, and first of all, we don't even know if the Blues are going to make those picks. We don't know if they're going to trade them or if they're actually going to make them or not.
The problem with trading picks, you need partners. You need dance partners, and there are a lot of teams that do not look highly on this draft. That's why so many of the trades, they're getting picks from next year or the year after's draft, right? That not in this year's draft. So it makes you wonder. I do not know, and I don't think the Blues are willing to give up that draft capital yet, right?
I think if the Rucks are going to go anywhere, I think you could. I could be seeing that this wouldn't even be that far of a stretch for a team like Vancouver. Vancouver has the 24th and 25th. I think that's a lot more plausible than drafting them 15 and 16th.
True,
but again, I don't know what direction. Like you said, we could see some movement. Obviously we're talking about this now, but there could be movement on the board whether or not teams go to different teams. Well, Vancouver's got their pick in. A lot of talk about Malhotra.
Back-to-back picks.
Huh?
Vancouver doesn't have back-to-back picks.
They don't have. Who's at the 24th and 25th spot then, or something like that?
Vancouver and Ottawa.
Ottawa moves back. Remember?
No, this is a different Ottawa pick. The Ottawa's got, this is what I'm looking at. Ottawa's got 26, 25, and Vancouver's got 24.
I thought because of the whole Ottawa thing, their draft pick got moved back to like the 30 spot or
That was
something
their
30s.
pick. This pick is from. This isn't their pick. This is originally Tampa Bay's pick. Tampa Bay, then
Okay.
Seattle, then Florida, then Ottawa. So
Okay. Well. Oh, hey, okay. Well, there we go. We missed it, but that's who I thought they were going to take. Caleb Malhotra to Vancouver.
isn't he the one that when Wendy was on that I said might be a reach?
Yeah, you did say that. Malhotra has ties. His dad's the coach.
Yeah.
So this isn't surprising. Again, I don't know. I mean, I think that if I was Vancouver, I would have definitely went with a guy like Chase Reed, or a defenseman, something that was a little better than that. You got Chase Reed, you got Veerhoff out there. I would have went with the defenseman if I was Vancouver, but I mean, to each their own, I guess.
Yeah. So I think I remember I had him at 12th. Right, because they had him at 6 on North American skaters, right? And then you have the international skaters. I don't think there's a goalie that gets into the top 12 from the North American and the international goalies.
So I want to say this too. Pay attention to these next couple picks, because these will be interesting too. Because although the Blues didn't move to the 2nd overall, there's still a possibility, and there was speculation that the Blues could possibly move up to that 6th to 9th range. So be aware of those, because just because they didn't get the San Jose one doesn't mean that they wouldn't possibly move up to one of those spots.
Oh yeah, I do believe that there's some wheeling and dealing going on right now.
Again, like I said, I've been very vocal. I've been very I speculated a lot of things, and I, like I said, I have been very vocal. The one way, sorry, go ahead.
Go ahead. No, go ahead. You go ahead.
No, I just was saying the one way for me that makes this all a flop to me is the Blues can't make all 4 draft picks. They got to do something. I don't know what that is. I'm not saying you have to make a move just to make a move, but I think drafting all 4 draft picks is a missed opportunity. We talk about creativity, we talk about opportunity. Yeah. The Blues have all the cards in their hand. You need to freaking make a splash. Don't just make 4 draft picks that are going to be ready in the next 2 to 3 years. I'm sorry, don't. That's a dumb idea.
Your number 11 could possibly, the top 5. You expect those guys to possibly be ready this year, but you could get an NHL ready player from 5 to 11. I know Lance may not agree with me there. And have you gotten any word from Lance? I didn't send him a link because he should be able just to sign on. If he still remembers his sign on, he should be able to just sign on StreamYard and get in, because he's still listed as he's listed on the board. So like you are, like you sign into StreamYard to get in.
Yeah.
Right. He should be able to do the same thing.
Yeah, I think so I tried to reach out to him. I'll see what's up.
Okay, I mean, if he needs a link, I'll send it to him. If
he might not be feeling great. I don't know.
Chat, so big thank you to Marianne Holmes, Tad Dieterman, Aaron Nels, and Jason Nichols. They put them love in the air. We appreciate you. Aaron says, let's not forget that Archie Thomas wasn't a top 10 pick. That made the Blues Cup push, so sometimes you got a diamond. Yeah.
Yeah. Sometimes you do.
I've talked about this a lot. the Blues, when it comes to draft picks, that late teen to early to mid 20, they are absolutely fantastic in that zone. They're fantastic. I think they've had one, maybe two misses.
Yeah. Like I said, anything could be hit or miss. You never know who's going to pan out. You never know who's not going to pan out. And like I said, I'm not saying, and for Blues fans that are saying, oh, well, why wouldn't you want to get Stenberg? I think Stenberg is going to have a great career, but you have to look at the totality of things, and you have to realize that Stenberg could be fantastic, and I think he will have, like I said, a great individual career, but I'm not willing to part ways with multiple assets for the unknown. I'm sorry. I'm just not. It's not logical.
I don't think he's as unknown. And I also, like I said, I know you say the unknown. I get that. I don't look at the draft as yeah, I mean, I get it. Some of the, a lot of these guys are 2-3 years away. I wish that we weren't drafting high school kids. I really do. I wish we were drafting 20-year-olds. I wish they had to wait 2 years after high school to get drafted.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah. But again, though, like I said, the unknown, I know what I mean. The unknown is everybody. Everybody in this draft is an unknown. Gavin McKenna, who went first overall, is an unknown. Everybody, knows who he is. Everybody knows who Stenberg is. They played great where they were. They have not touched NHL ice yet. So
here's number
it is
4.
an unknown.
Here's number 4.
All right, let's see. You playing this one? I think they take Chase Reed. I think Chase Reed probably goes.
Yeah, he the number 2 North American rate skater. The other one, Albert Schmitz, the defenseman, could go here or next.
Albert Schmitz, Verhoff, or Chase Reed. Either one. Either defense. I think they're taking a defenseman, though.
I think Verhoff would be a little bit of a reach.
Oh, this is awesome. With the 4th overall selection in the 2026 NFL draft. NHL draft. Sorry about that. The Buffalo Sabres are proud to select from the Prince Albert Raiders, Datsun Rudolph.
Wow.
Oh, you know what? Hey, you know what? Actually, I'm sorry. I am sorry. Rudolph was high in this. I completely forgot about him. I don't know why I forgot about him.
He's 5th. So he's down 10th. Right? So the way I look at this, you got to take the North American international skaters and go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, like that. Right? So you've got to look at that. So he was 9th or 10th.
I think Rudolph though is he's gonna be solid. But again though, I did nail it though. A defenseman. They did take a defenseman. Yeah. So who's next? Is it the Rangers? No, is it the Rangers, right?
Yeah.
So there was speculation, depending on what it is, there's a possibility that there could be movement here because of the Anaheim
Rangers
thing. And I'll be honest. I know friends of this show that are Rangers fans. If they trade the 5th overall for McTavish, I'm gonna love watching those guys rant because they are not gonna be happy.
They're gonna blow up on you, huh?
Oh, not on me, but on the Rangers for making that move if they do. I don't think that they will. I think that they'll make a pick here. I think they would be dumb not to.
Yeah, this is
fits in, he's going to be guiding their sleigh. I like what he brings to the table.
They do have one of the best decor in the league when you think of Darlene, Power, Samuelson. So, replenishing some of the cupboards there, getting younger people in, and the excellent, arena to be in. I mean, the first playoff game was electric. So I think Rudolph will love being here because I know
we will see. Here we go.
That's right. The University of Denver. He's a right-handed shot. Something obviously you have power, you have Darlene, we assume, for another 5-7 years.
Fucci, I want to piggyback your point since you're one of the faces of college hockey. So Rudolph playing for Denver this upcoming season. Ryan Lynn as well, who's one of the top-rated defensemen in the draft, will be joining the Denver Pioneers as well. So you talked about college hockey off the top of the show. This is massive.
Chase Reed at number. So right now you have you're going into pick 5 at number 2, 3, 4, and 5. Or pardon me, 3,
we got to make sure it's
4.
ranch, it's blue cheese.
1 and 2 are gone, but 3, 4, 5, and 6 are still on the board.
Yeah, for me, if I'm the Rangers, I'm taking Chase Reed. I think Chase Reed is the only option here. I'll be honest. I think Rudolph is okay, but I think Reed should have been their choice. I'm shocked they passed on Reed.
I don't think any of the goalies are. I don't think any of the goalies are selected to go until the second round.
Yeah, it's definitely not a deep goalie draft. That's for sure.
You can see my dad and my sister there on the rink. That's all I can remember growing up is on the outdoor rinks with them, and there they are now. And I just love them so much, and everyone's sitting there, and even in the crowd, it's incredible to have this in front of them and share this moment with them.
Well, it won't be long until this crowd will be cheering your name, and you got a great handle, Dax and Rudolph. Like, perfect pick for this town. Thanks so much, and congratulations.
Thank you very much.
6'3", 200 pounds, third time.
They are taking their time with this draft. That's for sure.
21, so they like those premium position team men, of course, and he's another one.
Well, look at this. Okay, so his player comp, Zach Werenski, who just won the Norris. Zach Werenski.
So they just put the Rangers on the clock with 3 minutes, but really they've got longer than that. From the time the pick is in, the other pick is in until your clock starts. You've got that. So you've got the time, especially through the first 10 picks, they're going to give these guys, especially the ones that are there, a chance to talk and do all of that stuff.
I think they were both on the table. Now, there was no under 6-foot defenseman in the first round last year. 6'3". It's the size that is tantalizing as well. Gets right to the NHL. But I think that will change as we see some later picks with some smaller defensemen that are high skilled, which is why this is such an interesting defensive class.
Absolutely.
I just want the world to know that I know the word continuity. I know how to say it. Sorry, my teachers. Thank you very much. And the Rangers are now on the clock at number 5.
Yes.
The Dorothy pick trade included the number 26 overall pick, a future first rounder, not this pick. I know the Rangers loved Albert Smits, but I wonder with Chase Reed on the board still, can they pass him over?
But if you're saying nasty or more physical, that is like Smith's calling card. So I would not be surprised if they go off the board with not a Reed, and the next team would be like, wow, this is amazing.
Also, too, for the Rangers, since we're talking them, what are the Rangers right now? We know what the Knicks are, but what are the Rangers? How are they going to reestablish themselves? What are going to be the principles of their team, their foundation, their organization? This pick will give us some window of insight into that.
Again, Dorofeev is going to the Rangers for the 26th pick tonight for Vegas, a 2026 third, that'll be tomorrow, and then a 2028 top 10 protected first-round pick. For Dorofeev, who was an RFA, again, was going to command a big contract, probably $10 million. Vegas really would have a hard time fitting him. They'd have to strip some key players off their roster. And we talked about, Dylan Larkin maybe be in the mix, but also Vinny Trocheck. Let's keep it on the Rangers. Does this change anything for him now that Dorofeev is there? Or in the end, do you think that Vincent Trocheck will also be traded?
As long as this clock ticks down, this makes me wonder if there's going to be a trade.
When you do that, it's like bringing the surgeon in the room. So I do think that they've re-engaged with a lot of these teams, but with Dylan Larkin on the board, they're kind of waiting for the center market to set itself and see if Larkin might go first. But lots of interest in Vinny Trocheck, including from the Buffalo Sabres here, as well as the Toronto Maple Leafs. So keep an eye on that today, as well as the next 2 days.
I want to revisit the thing with the Vegas Golden Knights. They came into this draft without a first-round pick.
Right.
Yeah.
So good for them being creative. And I called him Scorofeev. He had 37 goals this regular season. I love the way he played.
I love Dorofeev. He's a good player, man. He'd be a good fit anywhere.
But I did a lot of their games in the Stanley Cup final. He wasn't necessarily the same player. Maybe he was banged up. So they're trying to get
picks in.
Them a lot of credit.
Like I said, this is. I think they're going to pick. Exactly. They're either. They're picking Schmitz or they're taking Chase Reed. I feel like Reed's the choice here, but if you want some physicality, some size, you probably go Smits. But I don't think you pass up on Reed.
I don't think Veerhoff is going to be available by the time we make our pick.
With the 5th overall selection in the 2026 NHL Draft, the New York Rangers select from Jokerit and Munchen of the Finnish and German leagues, Alberts Smits.
Oh, they went for Schmitz.
Excuse my bellicosity.
So I'd say number 3 is off the board. So 1, 2, and 3 are off the board.
As I said, Smits is one of the most physical players, almost to a fault. Like, he loves to get into that. A lot of pits, a lot of battles won.
Buffalo Rudolph, pick 5. New York Rangers, Dasher, pick 6. Dancer. Oh, that's good. So Buffalo pick Rudolph with number 4. The Rangers are going to take Dasher with number 5. Calgary's taking Dancer with number 6. Seattle's getting Prancer with 7, and Winnipeg's getting Vixen with 8.
And there's some similarities in that regard.
Reed's falling, but this isn't. Reed isn't falling because of Reed, right? Reed is falling because there's a couple of teams that have gone for a particular one.
It absolutely does. I think Rangers fans.
I see. Generator says the Rangers just smits themselves.
And let me and I know that we're saying this now because I thought Chase Reed was probably going to go here, but he was my second choice. I don't hate this. I think the reason they go with Smits here is because of the size. I think Smits has some size on him. I think he's about 6 foot, I think maybe, and he's like 205 pounds already. So I think it was just the what is it? What's the word
trade.
for it? Uh-oh.
Blame trade.
Listen.
We have a trade. The Utah Mammoth trade J.J. Peterka to the Boston Bruins in exchange for a pick number 23 in this year's draft and a conditional first-round pick in the 2028 NHL Draft. Peterka from Utah to Boston for pick 23 and a conditional first.
That's an interesting one.
Yeah, that's not surprising. This was reported. JJ was bound to go there. They were just closing in on a deal. This is a solid pickup for Boston. I like it. I like JJ Peterka a lot. It's a solid. I think he had a kind of a down year in Utah, but a good pickup.
Pavel Dorofeyev to the New York Rangers in exchange for picks number 26 and 92 in this year's draft and a conditional first-round pick in the 2028 NHL draft.
Rangers make a trade.
Dorofeyev to the Rangers from Vegas for 26 and 92 this year and a conditional first round next year.
Wow. They are coming fast. They're
The New York Rangers making moves. More with
Rangers make a pick and a trade.
Dinner, Leah, you thought this guy was going to be the guy the Rangers took.
So I guess that spot might have been for just like announcing that stuff because I think that stuff was already announced.
Yeah.
Able to step right into the National Hockey League, and this is why he has played against men. Every coach you speak to him say he's a man, not a kid. He played for Latvia at the Olympics. He played for them at the World Championships, and he didn't miss a beat. And it's not just because of his elite skill; it's the sheer size of him. 6'3", 205 pounds. When I met him at the NHL Combine, I felt like a wall had hit me. In addition to that, he's so mature. He left home at the age of 12 and moved to Finland to play in order to chase his hockey dream. And last but definitely not least, he's a Taylor Swift fan. Who doesn't want a Swiftie in their dressing room? He told me his favorite song is Style, and he's got that. And the New York Rangers, they've got a player that can go right in as soon as they're ready for him.
Very impressive. So after Daxton Rudolph.
So you have
Denver-bound player drafted
on the North American side, you have Carson Carrells, Keaton Vierhoff, Tran Lawrence, and Nikita Kelpov. On the international side, what's still available, you have Oliver Sorrento, Vigo Bjork.
Do we have another trade?
No, if the Calgary pick is in, here we go.
At the age of 12.
Next up for the Calgary Flames, co-captain of their 1989 Stanley Cup championship team and a member of the Hockey Hall of
Lanny
Fame.
McDonald.
Please welcome Lanny McDonald.
Oh, I knew that. I knew that right away. He's actually the president of the Hall of Fame right now.
Hello, Buffalo.
So this will be interesting. See now this is where I'm thinking I don't see how they pass up on Chase Reed. I think Chase Reed probably goes here. I've been saying that, but I mean, we'd be surprised, but I feel like Chase Reed probably goes here.
Somebody from here to 10 is going to get a good, solid player.
Hello, gang, and here we go. With the 6th overall pick in the 2026 NHL Draft, the Calgary Flames are very proud to select from the Prince George Cougars, Carson Carrolls.
Oh, Reed. They skipped Reed. They went with Carrolls. So now something's telling me these teams didn't like something with Reed in the interviews. Right? That's what that's telling me now. Right? I could be wrong, but that's the feeling I'm getting now. What about you?
I mean, you never know what these teams are thinking. I really don't. Honestly, all the names that we've heard, I'm not shocked that I've heard them. I am, like I said, I am a little shocked that we haven't heard Reed's name. There was a lot of stock behind Reed coming into this draft. Again, I don't know. Maybe it's just what those organizations wanted and what they viewed as the player. I mean, who knows? Yeah, maybe the interviews didn't go very well. I have no idea.
Yeah. Yeah.
What's important to you?
Let's see how far he drops now. That's going to be the question. Because now there is a chance
Right now, what's
that
important is not getting into
Behoff could drop to 11.
Good news is if you have accident
Right?
from Allstate, your auto rate
You know, I thought Behoff might go 8, but he's actually he's in that 10th. He's now slipped down to 10th. Right?
So I mean, you're looking at a solid, like you said, you're looking at a solid. I mean, first of all, the Blues they're going to be coming up here eventually at 11. You're going to have some solid choices out there. I think the Blues may lean towards a Lawrence possibility. I mean, I think it's a shot in the dark. I think Chase Reed goes before the 11th pick, but if he does not go before the 11th pick, I think that's what the Blues go with. But I think he'll go before the 11th pick. So I think you're probably looking at someone like a Lawrence being the Blues pick.
Either that or now you got to go look at the international side. Right? From Finland, Oliver Sorrento, Vigo Bjork from Sweden.
That's another guy. I can't.
Hermanson. These are guys. This is the 3rd, 4th, and 5th rated.
Yeah.
International skaters that are still on the board at pick 7.
Well, and you see, this is going to be interesting because Bjork is another good one. That's another, I think, decent addition for this. So I think either way, I think with what pick are we on? The 7th pick? Is this going to be the 7th or 8th?
7th coming up.
Right? So 7th coming up. So you have 7th, 8th, 9th, 10th. So the Blues are, 5 picks away.
Yeah.
Like I said, depending on what people go with, I think most of these names are going to be drying up here eventually here. But I think the Blues may have a solid option out there.
Yeah, I do too.
I think they may. For me, I don't think it's smart. I would rather the Blues just draft at the 11th, and then if they want to make moves outside of that, make moves outside of that. But I don't think
trading 15 and 16 to move up for your Bjork. I think that's too much to give up. Then pick Cullen at 11. I don't know who you could because you're not. The Sharks aren't coming off a 9, right? The Sharks aren't coming off a 9 because they traded to get 9. The Jets, could you get Jets off of 8? Maybe. Right?
You could. The only way I think the only way the Jets move though is because there's been heavily rumors about like Connor Hellebuck maybe being moved to like a Buffalo or something like that. So Buffalo or something like that. If actually no, sorry, no, I misspoke. But in this range, I think the Blues can possibly move up. Now, I don't think they need to overpay for it because I think there's good names on the board. I don't think you really have to overpay to move up right now. I think that there's been maybe 1 or 2 names that's been passed up on already. But for me, if you're going to make a pick, you might as well just make the 11th overall pick. And if you want to toy around with the 15th, 16th, and 29th, I would do that.
Here we come, Seattle at 7. By the way, remind me if I don't mute the
Seattle Kraken select from the Sault Ste. Marie Greyhounds, Chase Reed.
There it is.
There's Reed.
to Seattle. Okay, there you go. So now Reed's off the board. I expected him to go eventually.
Reed goes 7th. I mean, that reminisces of Shane Wright, right? Shane Wright was the consensus number 1 overall, and then he ends up dropping to 5th with the Seattle. Now here Reed, number 3 overall, and he drops to number 7.
Yep.
That's a good pickup for the Kraken.
It is. I do like the pick. It's a solid pick there. I expected them to take defense. Like I said, I think this especially in the beginning, defense is a heavy focal point here in the beginning, or in this draft. I think it's a pretty heavy defensive draft. But we'll see. Because like I said, that's one less player on the board, but one less option for everybody else as well. So it's going to be interesting. I think the Blues are really going to have a solid pickup at 11.
You got 2 international centers and Oliver Sawanto. Sawanto, man, 6'3", 213 pounds at 18 years old. Woo-hoo! I like that. He might be 19 though. And or he could 17 or 18. I don't think he can be well. And then you have you've already gotten 1 through 6 taken off. Well, with the exception of Vierhoff. I don't think Vierhoff is going to be available in the next 3 picks. I'm pretty sure someone's going to take him. But somebody said Cullen at 11. I don't know who's Cullen.
I think it was another name that I've been seeing floating around. I don't know too much about him either.
Wyatt Cullen. If you take him at 11, that's a huge reach. That's a huge reach. Because you could get him. You could get him at 15 or 16. He's the 13th North American skater.
I look at who the Blues could, because like I said, you're going to have options. So like depending on what the other teams take, if you have a Bjork on the board, if you do have a Vierhoff on the board, the Blues are not drafting a Cullen over those guys. Bjork will go over him. most of the other guys that we talked about will go over someone like that. And then you have to think about who else is out there, Guy. Can you give me the list real quick? That we talked about some of the higher ones. So we got Bork, we got Veerhoff.
So for international, the big ones you have Oliver Savanto, Vigo Bork, Elton Hermanson, Juho Paparin, and Malte Gustafsson. Those are your next 1, 2, 3, 4. Next 4. So you're 3, 4, 5, and 6 international skaters. And Gustafsson, who's number 7, is a name that you've heard. He's a 6'4", 203-pound defenseman out of Sweden.
Yeah, see now that's a guy you won't. That's a guy you might take him at 11, but that's a guy you'll probably take at like 15 if he's available. Yeah, 15 or 16, which would be a solid pickup there. But again, we'll see. And then can you give me the North American ones now?
North American. So the problem is the prospect rate, it doesn't scratch their names off as their.
Well, that's fine.
Right?
You should know who's drafted already. It's only 7.
So it's taken me a little bit to go through that. So you have Keaton Vehoff, Fran Lawrence, Nikita Kapov, and Ethan Belchek.
Okay, so Ethan Belches was a guy that was first rumored to be a good pickup. He'd be a solid pickup for the Blues. So the way I view it is you're going on the 8th pick. So you have 8, 9, 10, 11. So you have 3 more picks for the Blues. So the way I view it is so the guys that I think would be higher on that list would be Bjork, Veerhoff, who else?
Probably
who else am I missing?
The other 2 international guys right now.
Yeah, the other 2 international guys. So you're talking about 4 picks right there. The Blues are going to have a
and Hermanson.
Yeah. The Blues are going to have a solid pick. I do believe that they'll have a solid pick because you have 3 picks.
I think the Blues are going to take if he's there. They're taking Bjork at 11.
I would be now. This is kind of where I would see Bjork go. I think that he could possibly.
Well, there goes Bjork.
Oh wow! I didn't even see it. Was I right?
Yeah. Winnipeg.
I was right. This is exactly where I expected him to go too. Yeah. So Bjork's off the board. So that's one guy gone. So, but again, like I said, you have 2 more picks now before the Blues pick. So they can only get 1 player each. So I think the Blues are still going to have a solid pick.
You're going to have possibly an NHL ready player this year or next year at number 11.
Yeah, I mean we'll see. Again, though, I think as long as the Blues didn't trade the 11th overall pick for McTavish, I think that you'd be better off just drafting the 11th overall pick than, especially for what you're seeing now, for the fact that you're having guys drop, and you're going to have a solid choice. I think any one of those guys that you just mentioned would be fine for this team.
I'm going to. I think if it's me right now, and again, I'm not a scout, but just looking at the board, I'm going to one of these defensemen. I'm either going to
I think so too.
Matt Gustafsson out of Sweden, Elton Hermanson out of Sweden, the Finland, Panarin. Blues have had good luck with Finnish players. You also have, that's a left wing. Hermanson's the right wing, so maybe you're not going after Hermanson, but you're going after a defenseman, and either Philippine or Gustafsson, and one of those 2 would probably be available.
One of those 2 would probably be available. But again, like I said, if you're looking at an option of a guy like Veerhoff being available at 11, you're probably taking Veerhoff. I don't see how you pass on him. Even if he dropped, I think you still probably take him. The Blues are going to take. I think the Blues are going to take a defenseman, or they're going to take a center. They're going to take one of the 2. I don't think they're going to take a winger. They could take a winger, but I doubt it.
I take a wing with 15 and 16.
Yeah, well, I wouldn't even, guy, if I'm completely honest with you, if you have the ability, or if you have the, that's what I should say. If you have the ability and you have the option to take defensemen and centers in this draft with these picks, I'm not going to be mad because your wing depth is already crazy as is. So,
yeah,
I think a winger's not bad, but again, if there's better options out there, I'm taking a defenseman because for me, honestly, guy, I think the Blues defense is hated on a lot, and I do think that it is getting younger, but I think the Blues need to start stacking up that defensive prospect pool because they only have one defenseman really.
You're right. What I would do in the third and fourth round is I would take a couple of goalies and then go for your wingers.
Yeah, there you go. I mean, like I said, hey, like I said,
you need to restock goalies. You need to get some goalies. You need to find a diamond in the rough there. You need to find another Love Hamstrom. Right?
Yeah, I mean, which I think the Blues will be okay with goaltending. I think that they will probably take a goalie or two in this draft, but it'll be later on. But again, I think the Blues need to stack their D prospect pool because their D prospect pool is not very deep. It's Adam Yurchek, and then after that it kind of falls off. You need to add some defensemen in that pool.
Well, San Jose's on the clock now, and then we have Nashville, and then us.
We'll see. Hey, San Jose could move that pick. I doubt it.
No, they traded to get this pick. They're not moving that pick. They wanted somebody here, right?
Well, I think that with the way that you've been saying, for me, they wanted defensemen. I would be shocked, guy. I would be shocked if they don't take Virov. I would be shocked. I would be shocked if they don't take a defenseman here because
Virov was slated around 8-9, so 7, 8, 9. So I could see them, thinking that, there were a couple guys that were going to go ahead of Virov that opened up for him, and that's I'm let's see what happens here.
Yeah, we'll see. I think. But I think the whole point of the two picks that they wanted was because they wanted to get Stenberg and then they wanted to get a defenseman. So I think no matter who they go with, it's going to probably be a defenseman.
Well,
and if
the longer this waits, so maybe I'm wrong. Maybe they are looking at a trade. Now we've had 2 trades, but neither one of them were draft pick trades. Well, not first round draft picks. They weren't affecting the draft. This moment.
We got anything here? Oh yeah, you want Bjork? Yeah, Bjork's already gone.
Yeah. I'm gonna pull up the trade tracker so that you put the last couple of trades on
Winnipeg
here.
Draft, yep. Yeah, I mean that's exactly where I expected Bjork to go to was Winnipeg. That's not all surprising, and I even called and I didn't see it. Like guy was like, "Oh, he's off the board," and I didn't even see it yet because he's ahead of me. So.
Well, I'm watching it on cable TV, so.
Oh, no, I don't care. It's fine. It's just a draft, so I don't care.
Yeah, there's no pausing for me. Oh, here we go. Pick us in. It's got to be Virov. If you're trading for that pick, it's got to be Virov.
Well, that too. But I think the whole premise behind it was they just wanted a defenseman. They wanted Ivar Stenberg, but then they wanted a defenseman at 9. Yeah. We'll see, though. Like I said, we've been surprised before, but I think they take what's his name? Are you playing it?
Thank you for having me again. It's a good crowd. Really.
My daughter absolutely loves this woman.
All right. Do we have any Sharks fans in here? No, that was a lot more than I was expecting. I hope to see you guys at some PWHL San Jose games. All right. With the 9th overall selection in the 2026 NHL Draft, the San Jose Sharks are proud to select from the North Dakota Fighting Hawks, Keaton Bearhoff.
There we go. Yeah.
Yeah. They weren't passing up on the defense. That's who they were going to go with. Bearhoff was going to be the guy.
And will he go back to North Dakota and play with Carls, who's on his way to North Dakota? Or will the Sharks maybe bring him right to the National and develop them.
The plot thickens.
Uchi here on Friday night at the draft table.
Well, there we go. I mean, so the Blues are going to end up with a really good player at 11.
So okay, so say who's out on the board right now.
Let's see. On the North American side, the next three available are now Tran Lawrence, Nikita Kilpov, Ethan Belchez, and then the fourth one would be Ila Morozov, right, out of Miami.
Yeah, it won't be
and then on the international side, there's some very good internationals. Oliver Sorrento, a center, 6'3", is available. He's number 3. The number 4 ranked guy, Ethan Hermanson, right? Right wing. Defenseman, you have Urho Filiparin and then Mate Gustafsson, right? Blues are getting one of those 6 guys.
It will be, like I said, and it's all going to come down to what I think it's going to come down to what the Preds take here, because I'm not going to say a name. I don't know I don't know what the Preds look, because for me, I think the Preds, man, they're kind of a screw loose from just being a complete rebuild.
I think they go off the board. The Preds have known this. We're going to commercial. I'm going to go take a quick leak. I'll be right back. I do. I think the Preds go off the board here.
Yeah, I mean, this will be interesting here because I don't know if they will. I do think the Blues are going to get a solid pick here, just for what it was. We will see what they actually go with. And again, like I said, there's still a possibility that we've been talking about this 11th overall pick being traded. I still don't think it's a smart move to trade the 11th for McTavish. I think it's a dumb idea, but it's a possibility that's out there. It'll be interesting. I think either way, I think the Blues take a defenseman or they take a center. Lawrence, depending on if the Predators take him or not, Lawrence probably is the guy you're going with. Just because I think he's the most recognizable name, I think, out of all that. I think there was an international guy that guy talked about that was solid as well. But I don't know. I think it's interesting. It's always interesting to see where the GM's heads are at. But
wow, that is a delicious looking orange slice.
You know, that's actually my son's slice. Go ahead, you can take.
Well, okay, I'm back.
Yeah.
Just kidding.
I think the Preds go off the board, and
you have the sound on a little bit, by the way. You have the sound on a little bit, by the way.
Mute it, yeah. I could see them going after a goalie here, right?
No, they're not taking a goalie. They're not taking a goalie. They're not taking a goalie. There's too many solid pieces out there, I think, still that would still benefit this Preds team. I don't think a goalie's projected to be anywhere in the first round, is it? I don't even think a goalie's projected to be in the first round, and especially top 10.
I don't think they were, but they've gone off the reservation before.
Yeah, but I think it wouldn't be smart. I think it would be probably not a good move. I don't think any goalie in this draft class is. I mean, obviously it's a hit or miss. You never know; they could develop into something spectacular, but I doubt it. I don't think anybody was thought of to be something super fantastic, but we'll see. I think the Blues, depending on what happens here, it's either the Preds or the Blues. I think Lawrence might be one of the closer one, probably one of the guys that goes, whether it's to us or to Nashville. I think Lawrence is the most notable guy, I think, out of the list that you gave me. But I do know some of the other guys that you gave me. But I know Lawrence was talked about quite a bit because he was a center.
Well, if they do, then
what is Lawrence at right now? Where is he projected at?
Lawrence was the 8th.
Lawrence was what?
Lawrence was the 7th. on the internet on the North American, but you still got Oliver Sorrento, the number 3 international skater.
Yeah, well, he's a what is he, a center? Or is he a defenseman?
Center.
Okay, so that it would be. I think it would be either one of them, but we'll see what the Nashville Predators take. It all depends on what the Predators take.
Here we go.
Representing Music City, Hockey Town. So this next election, they'll learn to appreciate beer chugging and catfish getting thrown on the ice. All right. So with the 10th overall selection in the 2026 NHL draft, the Nashville Predators are proud to select from the United States National Team Development Program, Colin.
All week season pub.
Most people are
all right. There you go.
They wow. Well, they went off the reservations.
I love this.
Colin. Okay, so Colin is gone. This makes it a toss up. I think the Blues take. I think they take a center. I think they take the guy that you were talking about, or they take Lawrence.
Yeah, 6'3", 213 out of Finland. I don't see why at number 11. At number 11, you could get the number 3 ranked European skater.
Yeah, I think if you're first of all if you're the Blues, you're taking a center. You're either taking him or you're taking Lawrence. You're taking either one of them. They're both centers. I would say that you probably just take the best center available, and like you said, that's probably Sorrento.
Sorrento's played with men. Right?
Yeah, I think the Blues will take him. If they're smart, and we all know Doug is pretty smart, and so we'll see.
But said he wanted Cullen too, but that was a reach. That was a reach at 11, and they are at 10, and they took it. There's no way this kid thought he was going in the top 10.
All right, so I mean, this should be fun.
Yeah.
I think Sorrento is the guy you probably go with here. Seeing if he's the 3rd international skater, I don't see how you pass him or pass on him. Especially if Lawrence is 7 or 8 on the North American.
Yeah.
I don't see why you would pass a 3rd on the 3rd. But again, I guess that's why they kind of have the North American and international kind of thing. I think I don't know if GMs and stuff view it differently. I feel like with some, I think it's misconstrued because I feel like most GMs may do see it differently. So like they may like maybe hold
separate them. They're not going to separate them like this. They're going to have their 1 through 250 or whatever it is. They're bored, and it's not going to separate them out, right?
I know.
I don't like how they do it where they separate them out like that. I'd rather see them ranked 1 through whatever without. I don't mind separating them out, but I'd have one that wasn't separated out.
Yeah, no, and I don't mean like in a bad way. I just mean like when you look at certain GMs, maybe it's something that you have to kind of look at to where like, oh, is this GM or our franchise more known for taking North American skaters over international guys, or do they prefer the international crowd over the? So I think it although it plays a little part. I don't think it plays a huge part, but I think it may play a little part in why you see guys that you don't expect to go earlier.
Yeah.
If that makes sense.
Rutherford said in his mock drafts, he's had Belchik, Gufferson, and Lawrence. But I don't think that Sorrento would have, that Sorrento would have been overlooked. I mean, right now, it's telling me that they're putting more weight on the North American skaters, at least most teams are. However, who's the Blues' new GM? Right? Alexander Steen from Sweden. Right? I got to tell you, I think that Nordic blood is going to seep in, and you're looking at a guy from Finland, I can't see them not going for this. Well, the Blues are on the clock with 2:35 to go. I'm going. I'd say right now I don't see how you pass Servento, best available, right? A 6'3", 213-pound kid from playing with men. That's where I'm going.
So I don't know much about what the hell is it? I don't know much about the Sorrento kid. But I do want to give an update. Dorofeev is now a New York Ranger.
Yeah, that was the trade that was announced earlier.
Oh, okay. I actually didn't hear it. But that's solid pickup for them. Pretty hefty deal there. But here we go. This should be interesting. Now we got the Blues on the clock.
Yep. First of 4 picks. Right now, I see him taking all 4 picks because you're not seeing trades.
Yeah, you haven't seen much. That's for sure. So a 7 by 11 million for Dorofeev.
Would they sign him to a contract extension?
I think they did. I haven't like looked crazy in depth at it, but I think they did. I think it was 7 by 11 is what I saw.
Walt Kachuk, the newest member of the Hall of Fame. I see Steen on there.
So my thing is like I didn't hear much about the Sorrento that you were talking about. Like I wasn't really hearing anything about like guys like. But like, have you heard anything on him? Like
on who?
On Sorrento, the guy that you want to.
No, I haven't. I think I know who's making the pick.
Oh, the pick is in. Let's see.
Yeah. And
that was quick. That was quick. So for whoever they're going with, they were pretty confident in it because that was quick. Would you agree?
University, Tynan Lawrence.
Oh, they went with Lawrence.
There you go, and that's someone I talked about that they probably would go with.
He's going to BU again this fall with Caleb Malhotra. So there's some high-end talent going for Jay Pandolfo and the Terriers.
And what I like about this will give him another year, a full year.
Yes.
Because he just had a sample, an appetizer, Gucci, like you at the restaurant. Just an appetizer.
You didn't eat dinner with us. You don't know what he ate.
So-
you have Swedish friends.
Of course I do.
You still have it playing, by the way.
And
I think we saw it on.
So yeah, this will be interesting. I'm not surprised one bit that the Blues took a center. That this was what they were most likely going to do.
Yeah.
But now again, I want to preface this because you still have solid pieces out there. The Blues have a couple more picks to go before they get to their 15th. There's still a possibility that a guy like that could still be available by some miracle. I doubt it, but I think again you're getting into the other thing where you have a guy like Ryan Lynn out there who's also a defenseman who is kind of crafty, who may not give you the size, but I think he gives you the more overall better experience. Ryan Lynn's out there. You have the guys that we just talked about that if they don't go in these next couple picks, the Blues could possibly go out there and get.
I would not be surprised if they make the reach on the Rocks. I would not be surprised. Not saying they're going to do it, just saying I wouldn't be surprised if they did. All right. We're at a commercial now, so they're not going to show us the interview with him.
So for Lawrence, give us I'm sure you got his give us his his physique. What is he? How tall is he? How big is he?
Hold on, I'll give you his profile here in a second. Here we go. Lawrence, out of Boston University is the number 7th ranked American skater. He missed the majority of the 25-26 season with an ear injury, but recorded 2 goals, 5 assists, 7 points in 18 games played with Boston University. He's one of just 5 players to be age 17 the entirety of the NCAA season. Finished second in rookie goals and third in scoring in the UHSL in 24-25 after posting 25, 29, 54 in 58 games played. Won gold with Team Canada White at the 2004 World Cup under 17 Hockey Challenge, and a bronze with the Honky Gretzky Cup, part of Canada's entry in the 2026 under 18 World Championships. Had 6 points, 2 goals, 4 assists. His brother Josh is a 2022 Memorial Cup championship with the Q. The scouting report, very smart and skilled center that can drive offense for himself and his teammates, plays a two-way game, and has an all-around set of tools that make him a very prized prospect. And he was 6 foot, 183 pounds. Everybody hear me?
Yeah. Can you say his height and weight again, please?
6 foot, 183.
Okay, not too bad. And I think he's 17, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So what this does for what's up?
He might be 18. He might be 18. Now.
I thought they were talking about 17, but again, this is a guy that will not play on your roster next year. Like coming into the next year, I don't think
he's going back to college. I already said it's already been stated.
Yeah, well, that's why I think he might be 17 because they were talking about it. So he might be 17. It'll give him a little bit more seasoning down there. The Blues don't need him necessarily to come up right now. Obviously, if they wanted to push for somebody that could play now, they would have tried to push into the top 10. But again, this is not a bad pick. I don't hate it. Again, though, I'm still in the mindset that I don't think the Blues should make all 4 picks. I think that they need to be active. They need to be working because I think making all 4 picks for guys that won't be ready, for 2-3 years from now is not the way you go.
I'm with you. However, you got to have partners, and if there aren't partners there and you're not getting the right price, you make the picks, and then you work and trade those guys later.
Yes, you're speaking to me like I don't know that. Yes, I know that. I know you need 2 partners. Clearly,
off the board. Man, what a jump! Command was the number 11 international skater, and he just went at 12.
Yeah.
Right. So.
Okay, so Command's off the board now. So again, now this is freeing up space for. I mean, dude, you may be looking at a situation where you're talking about what we just talked about. If the Blues do make these picks, they're going to go center and defense.
Yeah.
So, you're kind of adding yourself up for that. Again, I'm still not too crazy about it. I think yes, you're building for your future, but you're not getting guys that can play now. The roster that you have right now constructed is not a playoff team. It's not.
Bullshit. It is.
It's not.
You missed it by 4 points. You missed it by 4 points. A lot of guys had down and off years. Right? I think that you get those 2 wins. And look, you're right. You missed it by 4 points and you lost Kyrou, but Kyrou had an off year. There are guys that can pick up that slack. And Carbonneau, I think Carbonneau is ready. I think Carbonneau, a lot of people thought he was ready last year. Even Drew thought he was ready last year. So let's see what happens. Just for me, I to sit there and say just because we traded Kyrou, we're not a playoff team, and especially with free agency, I disagree, man. I just really disagree. I think that I don't think you're going to start as poorly as you did last year. I don't think there's any way that you start that poorly again. Right? Absolutely none. Okay, you can go off on me now.
Oh, I don't care. For me, I don't care what anyone says. If you guys think it's a playoff team, that's fine. I'm very optimistic on the Blues. I was optimistic when you weren't last year, and I was right for doing so. I just don't understand why you guys get this crazy infatuation that you think that Dvorsky is someone who's a 2C ready right now. He's not ready. Carbonneau is not going to come in and put 70 points on the board, although I love the kid. He's not going to do that. Jake Neighbors can't play consistent second-line minutes. He's constantly flip-flopping back and forth. Bush, if he's not having a good year, and you put him with a slower player, I mean, Connor McMichael is not extremely slow, but I think he's slower than Kyrou. You put him with a slower player in Connor McMichael, who I think is a solid pickup for the Blues. All around this construction, yes, you're getting younger guys. I think the first line is going to be spectacular. I think Snuggerud's going to be great. I think Thomas is going to be great. But again, you need more than one line. And this team is filled up with a bunch of guys that can go up and down to anywhere in the lineup. But that doesn't help you if you can't get consistent chemistry with one line and one line alone. You have a bunch of guys, and like I said, Jake Neighbors, although I love him, and I absolutely love him to pieces. I think he's a fan favorite. I think he can be a future captain. The guy cannot play consistent second-line minutes. So you're stuck with a guy like Buchnevich, who you have to bank on being good. And if Bush isn't good, this team isn't good. I'm sorry. It's not. Unless you get crazy carrying speed, crazy carrying power from the first line, and Broberg being a menace again, and your goaltending being good, I'm sorry. This team is just not a playoff team. As much as I want it to be, I have to be realistic. And if the Blues don't make a move to get another piece or two, the team's not. I'm sorry. It's just not.
First of all, if Carbonneau comes in and gets you 50 points, right, that's more than what Kyrou got you last year. If McMichael comes in, I know if it was if, we'd all be drunk. McMichael comes in and gets you 50 points. That's 100 points. You've just covered what you lost in Kyrou. That first line, that strong first line that you had last year of who was it? It was Thomas. Thomas. Oh God, I can't. I'm blanking out. Who was that first line?
Holloway and Snuggerud.
Holloway and Snuggerud. If that first line, well, that first line, we already know it could play together, right? Dvorsky, now Dvorsky's got a full year, no time in the minors. He's coming in, and now you've also got a head coach who now understands the team he's got and doesn't have that disappointment looming over him or looming over them. I really do think that you got to give this team some credit that they're going to get a step on one of these other teams. I mean, they were what, 5th in the division last year? Right? And even 5th in the division, they were still only 4 points out of a playoff spot. 2 wins.
Like, again, that's all fine and dandy. I have no issue with the future. I think like I said, you were not a Kyrou hater. There was a lot of Kyrou haters. You got a lot of slack. You're not a Kyrou hater, and that's been very apparent. Here, let's see what the Islanders are picking here.
Yeah. How we doing, Buffalo?
This place is awesome. I'd like to say, on behalf of the Islanders organization, I'd like to thank the city of Buffalo, the Buffalo Sabres, and the NHL for hosting such an amazing event. I'd like to say hello to all the Islanders fans across the world and all over. And without further ado, with the 13th overall pick in the 2026 NHL draft, the New York Islanders are proud to select from HV 71, Malte Gustafsson.
Yep. Another tree. Yep. Matthew Darch went to the forest and found himself a tree.
Big night for defensemen.
Yes.
Yeah, so that was a good one. That's a good pick for them. That would have been a guy I would have went after if it made it there.
There's Hampus Lindholm, Gustav Forsling's younger brother.
Okay.
You're still playing this, by the way.
There we go. Sorry.
So-
Thank you.
So, again, I this was a guy that I would have possibly went with, if he got to 15th or 16th. Big guy, very big guy. Would have been solid on the back end. I mean, just looking at him alone, I don't know if it's just a camera shot or something. He kind of gives me a Colton Parayko vibe.
Yeah. What is he? 6'4"? He looks taller. I mean, I'm 6'2".
Yeah, I mean, he's a big boy. So when I look at him, I don't know if it's just how it's framed, but he gives me very much Colton Parayko vibes.
Yeah.
So solid pick up there. But again, like I said, I want the Blues to do well. I think the Blues will have a better start than what they've had in recent memory. So I do think that. I think the energy should be high. I think it should be a good culture there. But again, it's the obvious. Everybody's so willing to just say, okay, we'll have these young guys come in and they'll do all the work. Very rarely do you have it to where all these all these young guys come in at the same time and all of them hit. Now, the first line I think is going to be great. Do I think Carbonell makes this team? I think there's a strong possibility that he makes this team, despite a void of the Blues making any moves. Now, if they make any moves, there's a possibility that Carbonell could play most of his stuff down in the minor leagues or down in AHL, just to get a little bit more seasoning down there. Who knows?
Yeah.
But I think Carbonell is going to be spectacular. This is not to shit on any prospect that we have. I am just being realistic. None of the guys that we have in our system. Now, I do think that they can be great, and I think that they could possibly be stars like a Snuggerud who can just absolutely release the puck on a dime, and he's fantastic. None of the guys that we have are really going to be Connor McDavid levels. Because Connor McDavid levels are, you start in the NHL, you play in the NHL immediately, and you're just you have a rocket strapped to you.
Well,
None of our guys have that.
I meant to talk about this earlier, and I didn't. And you kind of bring up, the McDavid thing. McDavid's time in Edmonton is drawing to its close, right? I think that you're seeing something happening in the NHL, and you brought it up about these players. A lot of these players that are on teams that are quote unquote rebuilding are not waiting anymore. I would be really Bedard's days in Chicago could be numbered, right? Wendy talks about, before everybody got hurt, they were a playoff team. Yeah, well, they had no depth because they dropped out, right? So you haven't drafted your depth. You haven't gotten your depth, and I still don't think they have. You're seeing that these teams, teams that are not building correctly, players don't want to play for them, right? And that's going to affect free agency huge. And I do think you're going to get a good free agent that's going to look at St. Louis and go, that's a team ready to explode, and I can see myself playing there.
I don't even think the free agency market this year is going to be anything spectacular. So the thing is like I said, I want the Blues to do immaculate. I want them to do great. But again, you're running into the same problem I talked about, even with Kyrou here. You need a second line center. You got McMichael. Any Washington Capitals fan will tell you he's not really the best center. He's not. He's okay defensively. He's a hard worker. But he is more
Overall selection in the 2026 NHL Draft, the Columbus Blue Jackets select from Boston College, Oscar Hemming.
Well, the guy that you guys wanted is still available now.
Going to Columbus. He's a big wagon of a player. Showed up at 7.
Hemming comes off.
Pretty good for BC.
Belchik is still there, the left wing. There's a right wing still there. Ilya Moskov is still there. I still do not. I know you don't want to hear this, but I would not, because I'm looking at Rusk, the right winger, and Marcus, the center. They are listed 20 and 23 for the North American skaters. I know it's a reach, but I think the Blues do it. I could be wrong, and I hope I'm wrong somewhat, but I could be doing it.
I think there was a lot of stock built. This was the first guy that the Blues were targeting, that the Blues were very heavy on, very hard on, that was very reported. I think they take Belchez. I don't see how they don't take Ethan Belchez here. He's a big boy. He is a winger, so I know we talked about wingers possibly going later. But if you can get some meat, if you can get some size, I think you're going to take it, even if he's a winger. I think Belchez is probably where they go. But then again, you go to the 16th overall pick. I want to lay this out there for you, because if the Blues aren't going to trade these picks and they're going to pick them, the way I view this is the Blues could do something here that people may not be expecting. They could take the Ruck Twins. I don't think it's the right option. I think it's a reach. I think you go out there, get the guy that you were interested in, that you hyped up for all these weeks, Belchez, who's available, probably the best available out there. I don't know if that's true or not, but
he's close to it.
Okay, so you're going to take best available, probably Ethan Belchez, because you were high on him. And then you could take one Ruck Twin at 16, and seeing as they're higher up in the pecking order, Marcus, I think, is the one who's projected to be lower in this draft, like subjected to be more like later in the draft, later in the first round, early second.
The center is selected at 23rd, and then Liam, the right wing, is selected is listed at 20. Right.
So ideally, I wouldn't really want to do this, because they're wingers, or one's a center, but the other one's a right wing. So technically, you don't. But see, the thing is you don't really need wingers. You got a lot of wingers right now. But here's the way I view it: you want to do best available. I think you probably go for Ethan Belchez, and then at 16, if you really want the Ruck Twins, I think if you take Liam Ruck, who is projected to be higher,
and the other one could be open at 29,
and then you could take, and then here's my thought process, because I think if you take Liam Ruck, I think it deters a lot of other people from taking his brother.
Possible. Or it could
I
make
think
somebody want to take his brother.
Well, that could be too, but you never know what these teams are thinking. And then you take those guys, and then you possibly take the other Ruck at 29.
Yeah.
2026 live on
I just feel like if they were going to trade, they'd have made a trade already. They haven't had the I do think you might see some trades come out afterwards.
26 moment across all your devices this summer with Spectrum.
The FIFA World Cup on Fox and FS1, and streaming on Fox One.
America's home for FIFA World.
No, I forgot to mute it again. Well, Blues should be up here shortly. They have the next two picks. Oh, hey, we got to trade. We got to trade. We got to trade, and you're not going to like it. We might have a trade.
Are you saying that we get like that you got the alert, or are you seeing it now live?
I'm seeing it on Twitter. Right? You're not going to like it.
Let's see.
McTavish is being traded
Hang
to
on.
St. Louis.
For the 15th? Let's see.
Hold on.
I haven't seen anything yet.
The clock has ran out, so I don't know what's going on. It makes me think that the trade is happening.
They haven't I don't know, I'm not back from, you're ahead of me. I haven't seen anything yet. It's not showing up for me.
Yeah, well, no, I got it from
And then Lou Korak said Belchez.
I had it pop up on my Twitter feed from the guys that I follow. Elliot Freeman says Mason McTavish is being traded to St. Louis for 15 and 29.
Such an oh god, such a fucking overpay. Such an overpay, man. McTavish probably going. I think it's confirmed he's going to us for the 15th and the 29th.
He's going what?
To us.
For the 15th and
No, there's nothing. I mean, nothing being shown, and I don't see any activity in the war room.
They're talking about McTavish.
Yeah, I know.
So clearly they know he's moved.
Yeah.
I don't know, dude. I don't know. So I mean, with the 16th overall pick, man, you're taking. So if this is true, if you're taking the 15th and the 29th, you're taking Belchez at 16th. So that's probably what you're going with. You're probably taking McTavish here, and then you're taking Belchez at 16. But I haven't seen, like I said, the trade has not went through yet. I haven't seen anything yet.
No, and well, the clock has ran out, but the Blues have back-to-back picks, so it kind of got, the clock hasn't ran out.
Yeah, everybody's talking about Ethan Belchez. Yeah, I mean, I think unless there's another magical move that I'm missing here, I hope there's more. I hope there's more to this trade. If I swear to God, if you traded 2 picks for just McTavish, I'm gonna lose my shit. You better have had other shit in this deal. I'm telling you that right now.
Well, here we go.
With Gary Bettman.
Section 117. Do you have something for me?
Turn it up.
Is that you again? We have a trade. The Anaheim Ducks trade Mason McTavish to the St. Louis Blues in exchange for picks 15 and 29 in this draft.
Wow.
Anaheim trades McTavish to the Blues.
I thought you would have got something else for him.
In exchange for 15 and 29.
So the Blues will keep 16. Remember, they had 4 coming into tonight. They took Tynan Lors, a center, a young center, but he's a few few years away. Now they get another center, but he's a ready-made under contract center, Mason McTavish.
Yeah, and look, the skating is a bit of a concern. That's definitely the thing that you hear most often. But as Vixie said, he's going to change his training regimen this year. Net front presence, that's what I hear. And the Blues are one of those teams who's trying to thread the needle right now because they're not rebuilding, but they're not all in. And the other thing about the Blues, they love their prospects to marinate. So they need some of these young players to come in and fill the time before those prospects are ready.
Okay. Well, I mean, you wanted him to do something. You don't like the player. I get it. But
I wanted them to do something. I didn't want them to be fucking boring. Jesus Christ, man. Talk about fucking settling, man. So garbage. So garbage.
I would have liked to have gotten a third round pick or a second round pick back with it. To even it out a little bit, but it is what it is. And you still got let's see what happens at 16. And this helps the Ducks. I mean, this really helps the Ducks with rebuilding.
Yes, because as a Blues fan, my avid response is, hey, let's help the Ducks.
Shockey says, so we overpay for a third line center. God, I hope the pro scouts got this one right. They haven't been very good except Holloway and Boberg. I don't know all about that. I don't hate McTavish. I'm pretty excited for him. But, yeah, I'm with Guy. A second or third would have been nice. All right, just to kind of even it out a little bit. So we 15 was already ours, right? So we got 16 in the Kyrie trade. Correct? Yeah. Here we go. All right, well, a couple of. Shockey says now we have 3 third line centers. Aaron says he does fit the timeline, being 23 could still pan out. I'm with you. Heck, we have 4 third line centers. Matt Lowe's happy that Belcher didn't get picked. The only way you trade 15 rather than 16 is that both teams already know who they are picking. And that's a good point. That's a good point. Right? That's a good point. Hey, I don't know if I can do the whole first round of the draft, man. I might be able to make it to like 20. I just don't feel it. I mean, if you want to stay on and do that, that's fine. But I don't think I could do the whole first round.
Yeah, I should be fine to do it. Oh my God, bro. First comment I see from the Facebook, Twitter. Solid trade Now you can bail on Suter and Finley. Have you watched Suter play hockey, bro? Have you watched Suter play hockey? He's one of the smartest hockey players in the bottom six in the whole NHL. And you were talking about trading him for a McTavish. Get the hell out of here, bro. You guys know nothing. This is going to be Kyrou 2.0, and it's going to be pathetic. And I'm going to laugh in your guys' face because you guys wanted something just to settle. It's pathetic.
I think you're right. Kelsey asked, did they know? San Jose knew who they wanted, or not San Jose. Anaheim knew who they wanted, and in order for that trade to go down, that player had to be available at that spot, and that's what it was going. Thrown in future considerations, yeah, but future considerations, they never you never get anything, right? It just means you'll when I try and trade later, you'll hook me up. So future considerations means nothing to me. It means nothing to me.
Minus.
Here's what you said. Kyrou 2.0, and the second one is always worse.
Dude, I'm telling you right now. Like I said, I'm just gonna let it play because I tweeted it. I said it on social media. Whether the Blues trade him, whether they get McTavish, whether they make all 4 picks, I will love the St. Louis Blues no matter what because it's my family. It's in my blood. I love the St. Louis Blues, and I will always do it, and I will always support them. I will watch every single game from start to finish. I don't like this move, and if you like this move, it is you accepting mediocrity because Mason McTavish is not Jordan Kyrou. He's not as fast as Jordan Kyrou. He's not going to give you any less turnovers than Jordan Kyrou. He's not going to give you any less or any more defense than Jordan Kyrou did. So when Mason McTavish comes to St. Louis and he haunches on in, I hope he has a career year. I hope he does because that's the only way I'm gonna turn my face on this one. If Mason McTavish doesn't have a career year, this is the biggest joke of a trade I've ever seen. You traded 2 first-round picks for a guy who's a minus 54. Minus 54. Pathetic. It's embarrassing.
Well, I think I understand what you're saying, but I also say, is McTavish a guy that needed a change of scenery? I asked the question. I'm not saying he is or isn't, but I asked that question because we kept saying Kyrou needs a change of scenery. He can be this guy. He needs a change of scenery. Well, maybe McTavish is that same guy that needs the change of scenery. And with a better coach, I don't want to say better coach, but a coach that's better for younger players, maybe this is what he needs.
I could have seen one. I could have seen one pick. One pick and maybe something else. You gave up 2. You failed. You gave up 2 first-round picks for a guy who is maybe capped out at 50 points. Maybe.
Here we go. Oh, wow. Another center, Matic Shojinov. And where did he rank out at? He was the 15th ranked NHL or North American skater. So, I mean, not a heavy reach.
So wait a minute. You give up. Okay, so all I've heard was Ethan Belchez was the guy that they were interested in from the start. You pass on Ethan Belchez?
Left winger? You wanted center.
What does it matter? You got a shitty center now anyways. What does it matter? What does it matter? It doesn't matter anymore. You got your center. Why not just take Ethan Belchez? You think McTavish is going to be a second line center? Everybody does, I guess, now. But we'll see. We will see.
Hey, I gotta go offline. I gotta make a phone call. I gotta take care of something real quick.
All right. I mean, seeing as you got McTavish now, I think the only way it works, well, first of all, you'd have to get McMichael. They might play McMichael on the wing. I don't know. I don't know what they do. I don't know what they do. But if you were a Blues fan and this excites you because it's something new, you should be ashamed. You should absolutely be ashamed. The fact that people are okay with settling for mediocrity when you had guys like Zach Werenski, guys like Kirill Marchenko, guys like Matthew Nyes. If you are okay with settling for Mason McTavish, there is something wrong with you. There is something wrong with you. I'm sorry. I don't care that he's young. I don't care anything. He's a center. He's been in this league for a couple seasons now. His defensive numbers should not look this bad. Should not look this bad. And I can understand giving up one pick. I would have been even okay. I would have been even okay if the Blues gave up the 15th overall pick and that was it. I said that it was an overpay at 15. I would have been okay if they just gave up the 15th. They gave up two. They gave up two picks for this guy. Two.
Uh-oh. Matt Lowe says I thought Doug was really gonna cook his last draft with 4 first rounders. You know, it kind of makes sense now. They figured out where they could go and what what was available, and I understand Justin's concern over Mason McTavish. I get it, but I want to put a good face on this and say maybe the scouts know something we don't. So, oh, by the way, the reason I had to go, that was my the storage unit. I originally rented it for just 2 months and had told them that I would probably, since they closed the lake, I would only have it for the 2 months and then move. But I've decided to keep it there one more month, and I wanted to make sure that on the 30th I had to take my stuff, take my boat out because I had nowhere to put it. So that's what that was. Probably I'm going to set my boat up and sell it though, because I don't think the lake's going to open up. It sucks, but I was so excited about getting the boat, and now I got to get rid of it. The Kings are on the clock. Huh? I think they screwed up. Uh, uh, Matt Lowe says concerned old Eagle Eye is freaking out over there. He's fine.
I'm fine. Like I said, I'm fine. All I gotta say to every Blues fan that wanted this, all I gotta say to you is when you guys are bitching and complaining and crying about McTavish being terrible defensively and not being a 2C, I want you to come back to this live, and I want you to listen to every word that I talked to you about and said everything I said about Kyrou that everybody shit on about Kyrou. I want you to come back and rewatch every word that I said. And when people are, I'm not saying you guys, but I'm saying in general, when Blues fans that are happy for this come back and they are bitching, I will laugh. I will laugh in each and every single person's face that I was right and you were wrong. I'm just telling you that right now. Grass is not always green on the other side. Just because you hated Jordan Kyrou doesn't mean you have to settle for something worse.
And I understand that sentiment. I really do. I'm putting my faith in a scouting staff that, for the most part, has done really, really well with making trades and things like that, especially in the high end things. There's got to be something that they saw there that we're not seeing, and that's why I'm not being completely upset. Would I have liked to given up less? Yes, I would like to have given up less. But 23 years old.
Telling you, man. I'm telling you, man. You guys keep going on this young train, man. A center who's been in this league a couple seasons now already is statistically just absolutely abysmal defensively. The stats show it. Every fan can tell you that he's terrible defensively. I don't understand, man, why. Everybody just looks at a young player, just be like, oh yeah, he's young, he can rebound. Well, yeah, of course he can rebound, but he's been in this season for a couple seasons now. He got benched in the playoffs, didn't play in any significant time there. There's a reason he wasn't relied upon by Coach Q. Coach Q is one of the most well-renowned coaches in the NHL, and he couldn't even get playing time for Coach Q. So if that should tell you everything you need to know. Tell you everything you need to know. I can respect Doug and Steen if they went out and tried to get if they actually did try to go out and get a Robertson or anything like that. I didn't hear very much any reporting on any of the other guys, any of the other big fishes. Mason freaking McTavish was your big fish. That was the big fish that we were holding out for. You had 4 first-round picks, all this draft or all this cap space, and you held out for Mason McTavish.
It might have been all that was available. It might have been all that they could get.
If that's all you get, then you don't take it.
Zero evidence of growth from McTavish in 4 straight years. Monty's coaching staff at work. Centers can't be shitty defensively. You can cover a winger, but centers are exposed. Understood. We have a better player in our $2 million McMichael. Army tried to get Charlie Conway settled for McTavish. You know who Charlie Conway is, right?
I'm aware that Robertson turned down the trade to St. Louis. I said that. I said that I respect them for trying. If they actually tried to go out there and get Robertson, I respect that because that's an actual big fish. That's a needle mover. This is not a needle mover. For 2 first-round picks, I would have gave up 3 first-round picks for Jason Robertson.
My problem with Robinson is I'm not paying him the $14 million. He's going to come in and
The cap is going up. I'm paying. I don't care what it is. I'm paying. That guy's 26 years old. You guys talk about young. Jason Robertson's 26 years old, and he's a proven 35, 40 goal scorer. I'm giving him that money because the Blues have the money. If he would have accepted a trade, I would have been A-okay with it. But
I'm
again,
Robertson has a no movement clause. That's what surprises me.
But again, like I said, it doesn't even have to be Robertson. If this was the only trade that you could scrounge up, then you shouldn't have made a deal to begin with. This isn't just make a trade because that's the only thing I have to do to make a trade. Dude, if you can't go out there and actually get a needle mover for this team, then don't do it. You had so many good players out there, man. Marchenko, Zach Werenski, Matthew Nyes. You had so many good players out here, and you decided to go with the worst possible option. Why? It's pointless to me. But it is what it is. Like I said, I will come in. Like I said, I'll support the St. Louis Blues whenever. I love them no matter what, and I will support them no matter what. I'll watch every game, start to finish. But doesn't mean I have to like it. And like I said, when St. Louis faithful are shitting on him just like they shit on Jordan Kyrou, I will laugh in your guys' faces, and I will tell you, I told you so. Because that's exactly what you'll do. You're giving, what is it? So let's see. So Robertson would have been what, 14 mil? McTavish is making what, 7 mil?
7
So
mil.
half of that. So and might I add you, Jason Robertson is 5 times the player Mason McTavish is. And they're only 3 years apart. Something like that, 2.5 years, 3 years apart. And Robertson is 5 times. I would absolutely pay Robertson $14 million if he took it. I'd absolutely pay him that.
Well, I mean, we're going to see. Hang
on. This guy. Be weird there. Now Dvorsky, second line center. Dvorsky's not a second line center. He's not ready. He disappeared in the second half of the season. He disappeared like a ghost. The only line that did anything in the second half of the season last year was the first line and the defense. That was the only players that did anything for the Blues in the second half of the season. Dvorsky disappeared. Kyrou disappeared. Bush was he was effective. I mean, he was noticeable. It was not like I didn't notice him out there, but everybody was invisible besides that top line. That top line really carried. So Dvorsky's still young. I understand it. Dvorsky could develop into something nice, but again, I don't know if that's the ceiling. I don't know if he flattens out to be a second line center. I don't. I really don't. Because from what I've seen, I think he had a good year last year. It was his best year with the Blues. But he has to there's a lot more that he has to do to show that he's ready for that spot.
Bush had the second worst plus minus. Devo's 21. Yeah, Devo's going to be good. Right. Well, so much for the 4 first-round picks. Now we don't have any left. And we're moving into pick 17 now. Utah's making forever to make this pick.
We don't have a first round pick. We gave up the last one. We already made our last one.
Say again.
We gave up 2 for McTavish, and we took the other 2. 11th and 16th.
Instant Generator says trade tree.
We're
15th
done.
from
The
Detroit,
Blues are done.
and 29th from Colorado via New York Islanders. So Shannon Falk for McTavish. Druin, Hall, Marcus Skeetoff, Dmitry Bolikov, and 2/3. Yeah, I mean that kind of lays it out. No, I don't think that Be Weird says playing McTavish $7 million almost guarantees he'll get second center regardless of who may earn it. No, I don't think so. I don't think the Blues are like that. I don't think Nick Michael's a better winger too. That's where they've been playing him. Okay, fair enough. I Be Weird, do I know you? Do I know you as somebody else? I think I do. I'm just not sure who you are. I think I know who you are, but I don't. Or is that one of your buddies? Is Be Weird one of your buddies? Are you on Facebook, Be Weird? Says maybe.
I don't know. I have no idea.
Nope, I don't think I know either of you. Okay, you just found us. You just found us bouncing around or something like that, or
I feel like I've seen you in here before.
we're active on Blues pages on Facebook or Twitter.
I'm sure he probably just joined us from a group or something like that. But I think, but yeah, no, it's good to have. I feel like I've seen your name here before. Yeah, no.
I've seen the name too. Yeah.
Yeah, no, Be Weird. I'm with you. Yeah, I mean, you're paying McTavish $7 million. He's your second line center. That's who you're going with. Whether or not they put McMichael at third line center or they put him on the wing, they may put him on the wing and play him with McTavish.
Well, Utah went with Belchick, the guy you guys wanted. Utah took him at 17. Caps are now on the board.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, it is what it is. I like I said, I'll support and love him no matter what. But I think you flopped. I think you traded Kyrou and you had every opportunity to just have your hands around the balls of anybody. Obviously you have to have 2 partners to tango. We all know this. But again, just because if this was the only trade that they could come up with doesn't mean you make the trade. It doesn't mean it's a good trade just because that's the only trade you have.
It rolled down. No, that's impossible.
So, again, I hope it's not the case, but I'm telling you right now, Mick, at that second line spot, man, he better be putting up 60+ points because if not, it was a waste.
I don't know. I mean, I understand where you're coming from. I really do. And we'll see. I guess this goes in the we'll see one. Right? I mean, I still don't think that.
Again, I'm just saying, you're looking at
Stenberg is out of the question. I still think there might be something brewing with him.
For what? How are you going to get Stenberg? How in the world would you get Stenberg?
Well, Devo isn't going to the wing. He's better in the dot than both of them. McMichael voiced wanting to be at center, and Washington wasn't going to do that prior to trading him. So we don't want to get the best out of his development. So we won't get the best out of his development. I really hope we're wrong and he shows up. Sometimes, a change of scenery could be good for this kid. Devo isn't going to the wing. I agree with that. I just don't see any evidence of it throughout an entire career so far. But see, this is the one thing that I think everybody's missing on McTavish, right? And I get what you're saying, but who has he played with? Who has he played for? Has he had the opportunities? Has he played with good enough players to get him there? Look at who he's playing with on St. Louis, by who he's playing with on Anaheim. Is he playing with better players here?
Dude, this would be a completely different discussion. What you have now, if you had Mason McTavish, it wouldn't have been possible with, or maybe it would have because it's $7 million, but I don't know what the cap. If you had the cap space and you had Mason McTavish playing with a guy like Kyrou, I could get behind that. You don't have Kyrou anymore. You have Buchnevich, who I've been on this show and said that he's a pillar of consistency. He had a down year this year. To sit there and say that McTavish would be better off with what he has now surrounding him, with a bunch of guys that can flip-flop from second to third line, that kind of tap out at the third line, and that's the talent that he has around him, is better than having a Kyrou that, yes, had a down year, but is a second-line player. I think it's just completely asinine. I think that's crazy. I think that is crazy because the talent you have around McTavish is not better than what you had. It's not.
So you think that Anaheim had better talent around McTavish than we do now?
It doesn't matter who they had. Robert Thomas still is 4 or 5 seasons in a row, point per game, and the guy has had a freaking different. A guy feels he has a different line mate every freaking week. It doesn't matter who he's playing with. I don't care who he's playing with. The Ducks were a good team last year. They made the playoffs, and he got benched. He got benched in the playoffs. The most important thing for the Anaheim Ducks, making the playoffs, and he got benched as a second-line center. I mean, come on, man. That's not good, man.
Fair enough.
That's like me saying, okay, I'm gonna bench Pavel Buchnevich in the playoffs. Although people have their gripes with Bush, I'm gonna bench Bush in the playoffs. I mean, come on, Bush
at number 18. What a pickup.
Who?
So the number 3 overall Savanko from Finland. The guy
he's 17, 6'3". Jesus.
Yeah.
He's a big boy.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, like I said, I want to be optimistic, but again, first of all, you log jam your centers now because now you have a bunch of centers. Everybody's thought process was, oh well, Dvorsky is going to be a 2C. Like all we need to do is put him on the second C and he'll be fine. Well, no, he's not a second C right now. But now you ran into a situation to where you have a long jam of centers now. So now how is Dvorsky going to get the development unless he's not playing on the second line?
Why couldn't you put Suter at 2C? Dvorsky at 3C?
You are paying McTavish $7 million. He is playing second line center.
You know what? Everyone makes a big fucking deal. And I'm sorry, I don't mean it like that. Big deal over what a guy's getting paid. I don't think coaches care. I don't think a coach cares what a guy's getting paid. A coach is going to put a guy where he's going to make the best sense. And if he doesn't make the best sense at 2C, he's not going to be at 2C. I mean, Kyrou was getting paid $8 million and was playing on the fourth line.
Yeah, sometimes. I love Suter. I love Suter. I think he's one of the smartest bottom 6 guys in the league. And his stats show it. He barely turns over the puck. He's a very high hockey IQ guy. But again, Suter's like Neighbors. Suter, you can't tax a guy like that to play on the second line the full time. We have so many guys on this team that can play, a few games up at the second line, but they can't consistently play on the second line. I would be the reason I'm not confident is because of that. Because Neighbors should be a second line guy. He should be a consistent second line guy, and he is not a consistent second line guy. Suter, I love him. He's not a consistent. You don't want to put him at a consistent second line guy. He doesn't get you the point production that you need on the second line. So you're running into a log jam here, where you're running into a situation of where you're going to have to play these guys because, again, like I said, you have so many players that can play here and there at certain times for like a minimal amount of time, but consistently they can't play there.
I think we have a first line and like 5 third lines.
I think the only look, Bush gets a lot of shit. But the thing is I love Bush. I don't care what anyone says. I love Bush. I love the Russian. I love how he wears his heart on his sleeve. And yes, he had a down year, but Bush is the only guy that I can consistently say, okay, he can play on the second line consistently. He's the only guy I can say that with. I mean, McTavish, if McTavish can come in and play great with Bush, and maybe you can add a tinfoil in there with maybe you could put a Suter on the wing or McMichael if he pans out well with those guys. But again, I think that's the way the Blues are going to go. I think that they're going to take Dvorsky, and they're probably going to put him on the third line as a center. They're going to put McMichael on the wing, and they're going to put Suter on the wing. So then you're looking at, unless they part ways with Finley, which is likely, I think, because I don't see how you sign Finley because you have a plethora of centers, and I would rather Suter. So Suter might get, he may center the fourth line if that's what the Blues want to do.
Yeah.
But see what I mean about a logjam, though? You have so many players that can play different positions, which is great for flexibility, but you don't have enough players that can consistently play on one line or play on that second line. Bush is about it.
B-Well says, you're right about coaches not caring about dollars, but GMs do. And the GMs will pressure them to put that $7 million, get that $7 million out of them. You can only do that by giving them minutes. I don't agree with that at all. It's really rare that you put a young and capable guy making a lot on bottom lines. I don't give a shit what you're making. You're going to play the position. You're going to play where you've earned, but it happens, and hopefully you're right. I think you've seen it out of Montgomery, that he plays guys where they fit. He doesn't care what you make, right? I mean, Kyrou was on the third line. I think he played fourth line sometimes. Kyrou sat. I like Kyrou. I'm not a Kyrou. I was a Kyrou apologist. I still am. I hope he has a great career in, in Washington. He does well. But at the same time, I just think that you're putting way too much into this. A lot of us are putting way too much into it. You got to step back and look at the big picture and go, okay, this is the way the GM's building the team. They're building the team because this is something the coach can work with. Maybe that's something that they're putting in Montgomery's. And go back to the last time the Blues had 100 points. Who was the offensive coordinator? Right? It was Montgomery. And we basically had a team that was, I'd say, pretty close to what we have now. There were a few names on that team, but not many. Not many. And that team overachieved and got there. And it was because guys played in Montgomery, put them into positions where they could be successful. And I think that that's what could happen here. You have a lot of guys that you can move around and find where they're going to be successful at and then put them there. So that's why I'm not jumping on this. Do I wish we'd have gotten a second or a third back in return? Yeah, I do. But it's no different than with the who was the guy we traded to for Mayu? Bolduc, right? Everybody was happy with the Bolduc trade, but I kept saying I thought we should have gotten something back. I thought we should have gotten something back. Right? In this case, I'm not going to be completely upset with it. I do wish we'd have gotten something else back. I do wish we'd have gotten a second or a third round pick, maybe even next year. But that's not what happened. This was what was available. This was what the GM.
But you don't know that.
Staff think that we need. What do you mean I don't know that?
You don't know if that was the only thing available. You don't know. I don't know. No one knows.
The only thing available, I said that's what was available.
Okay, well, if a shit sandwich is available, do you just eat it because it's the only thing available? No, you don't. You try to scrounge something else up. You don't just take things because it's different.
If he would have made all 4 picks, would you have been upset too? You kept saying if he makes all 4 picks, you're going down the wrong thing.
I think it's a fair. I think, dude, there was guys out. First of all, if you're telling me that you rather would take McTavish over a guy like Elias Patterson, I think you're crazy. I think you're absolutely out of your mind bonkers because Patterson's
been is a known cancer in his locker room.
Again, though, I'm not in the locker room. You're not in the locker room. You don't know that. And again, you talk about the change of scenery for McTavish. Okay, why can't that be the case for Vancouver?
Fair enough. Right, fair enough.
I mean, why can't the change of scenery in St. Louis, coming to a better team in St. Louis than Vancouver, be a spark plug for a guy that has put up 90, 100 points in this league?
I honestly don't know. I think that you're sitting on the deal too quickly.
It's an overpay. It was an overpay. I think there was better options out there.
Elias said 11 mil is just as crazy as 7 mil for McTavish, in my opinion, from Be Weird. Well, first of all, you possibly could have had them retain salary. I'm just giving an example. There's other guys out there that have been heavily speculated on being moved. I mean, doesn't mean that you're going to get them, but you can at least attempt them. We heard nothing. The only thing that we heard the Blues try to attempt was Jason Robertson. That was it. There was no reports on them trying for Elias Pettersson. There was no reports on them trying for Matthew Nyes. There was no reports on them trying for Marchenko or Werenski. If you're saying that there's no options, how do you know that if they didn't try? Well, we don't know. Well, first of all, we don't know if they didn't try. And we also don't know if those players have also been made available either. The speculation that those players have been made available hasn't come from the teams at all. And in fact, the fact, Nyes is available, yet you've heard very, very little about it. Peterson's available, you've heard very, very little about it. Columbus.
If you go on Twitter, it's very heavily talked about, and it's very big reporters in the media space talking about it.
Twitter is not the teams coming out and saying those things. On Twitter are Twitter keyboard warriors, and yes, a lot of media are keyboard warriors.
Elliot Friedman, Pierre LeBrun, their Twitter.
Freeman. I like Freeman, and I like LeBron. They're right about 40% of the time.
But again, though, those are guys in the media space. They're not just some clown with a Twitter account. Those are guys reporting that these guys are available. They're not going to sit there and report multiple sources or multiple times that a guy like Zach Werenski, how Columbus is taking offers on him. They're not going to report that if it doesn't have a little bit of validity to it.
The Werenski Columbus has come out and said, we're listening because we know
you're listening
with us. But just because they say we're listening, I don't. They're not actively. They're not ready to move that needle yet. They have too much time to move that needle on Werenski, and especially the fact that he's the Norris Trophy winner. That's money. That's big time money, and there's a lot more to happen there, right?
I'm not saying you get these guys. I'm not saying you get these guys at all. But again, to the people that are okay with settling for what you got, I think it's I think it's a slap in the face. I really do. I think it's a slap in the face. And the people that are okay with this are the people that are actually picking up on it. That were Kyrou, haters. That are saying, oh, yeah, like this is just going to be Kyrou 2.0. That's a smart Kyrou hater saying, oh, okay, this is going to be the same type of situation. But you actually have legitimately fans that also were Kyrou haters that are okay with this move because it's a move. And
Okay,
you're getting... What's up?
I'm going to address this one. Be Weird says again, I'd rather take a gamble at draft picks for free than to take a gamble on an unproven player for nearly 10% of our cap. Well, first of all, he's less than 7% of your cap. Really about 6.5%. So that's not nearly 10. Okay. Second of all, you say he's unproven. Maybe so, maybe not.
He's not unproven. He's been in this league for a couple seasons now. He's not unproven. He's a guy that hasn't been a guy that's been heavily relied upon. His highest season was not this last year, but the season before. He had 52 points. That was his high. He had a mess season last year. He got benched multiple times, and he got benched in the playoffs. So, I mean, he's not unproven, but clearly there's something not there if he's getting benched in the playoffs, the most important time of the year.
McTavish just played 304 games. He has 77 goals, 104 assists for 181 points. He is minus 54.
Minus 54.
All right. That does reek. He's got 1550 of ice time, 1551, so almost 16 minutes of ice time, which is mid-6, right? Mid-6. His Corsi 4 was 46.9, which was close to what I think that's pretty close to what Kyrou's was. And the other one is his offensive zone start percentage is 51.7. So he spends 51.7% of his time in the offensive zone.
So half. He's slow. Might I add, he's slow. He's not a great skater.
So while I'm trying to look at here, his last 5 games, it looks like he played all. When did you say you said he was his bench, but it looks like it wasn't bench.
How many games did he play in the playoffs?
I'm just looking at the last 5 games, trying to pull the game log up.
There should just be a thing that has the last 5 games or the playoffs.
2026 playoffs. He played 10 games, 5-5.
Okay.
Right.
Whatever it was, I heard that. I don't know if it was something When I mean benched, I don't know if he was like actually benched, like in the like press box. I think he wasn't healthy scratched. He was healthy scratched a few times in the regular season. But I think he was only like benched. Like Coach Q didn't put him on the ice in the playoffs because he wasn't doing anything.
Well, so I'm looking here, going back. They played Edmonton in the first round, right?
Yeah.
12 minutes, 7 seconds, 11 minutes, 58 seconds, 14 minutes, 26 seconds, 16 minutes, 20 seconds, 11 minutes, 20 seconds, 10 minutes, 36 seconds. Now, when it comes to Vegas, his dime does drop. He goes in game one. Now it looks like he did miss one game again. He did sit out at least one game against Vegas.
Okay. So
yes,
he got
went
benched.
5 against Vegas, right? Yeah, they went 5 against Vegas. So he did sit at least one game against Vegas. But 909, 1125, 1431, 1220.
Yeah, I mean, so again, if he can show up and I'm telling you, this is the benchmark. If McTavish shows up and puts 60 points up, it's okay. That's fine. He has his resurgence. That maybe gives him a little bit of confidence. 60 points though. He has to have 60 points. 60 points. That's the benchmark. At least 60 points.
50 points. Okay.
60. Not 50, 60.
Okay.
That's he's had 52, so he reached that 50 mark already. 60. If I'm to believe that there's progression, he needs to hit 60 points. I know that's a high reach for a guy that's just coming over, has to learn a new system, but you just overpaid for this guy. This guy has to deliver. If he doesn't deliver, then it's an overpay, and it was a waste of an overpay. This is the telling season, because most people will say, because first of all, I don't want to hear it when the Blues come into the next season, and if he doesn't rebound, and then I don't want to hear, oh, well, just give it another year. I swear to God, I will lose my mind if he comes in, doesn't produce, and then Blues fans say, oh, just give it some time. I'm going to lose my mind. I will lose my mind if that happens.
So
that would be absolutely crazy.
Here's McTavish's splits, right? 80 games, and I'm not going to season. He only played 9 games. 80 games, 53 points. Pardon me. Hold on. Wrong one. 43 points. 64 games, 42 points. 76 games, 52 points. Last season, 75 games, 41 points. 17 goals, 24 assists. So if he did get benched, he only missed 7 games last year. All right. Let me see if I can pull up his contract here real quick. We have him until 2031. And he for 29 and 30, he has modified no trade clauses. But other than that, he doesn't have it. He could be traded anytime up to that point. So, I mean, there's still room to work. But I doubt many teams want him at the price point without wanting us to retain it, unless it's at the trade deadline. The thing, I got to look this up. I got to see if I can find it. I am pretty sure that you can only retain salary for 2 years. But to retain salary, you have to retain salary through the life of the contract. So you can only retain salary on someone that has 2 years left. And I know there was a reason for that, but I could be wrong, but I think that's right. Maybe it's 3 years, but I think that's right. Looks like there was another trade here. San Jose traded 21. Well, you talk about an overpay. 21 for 27, 62, and 120. San Jose is giving up 3 spots, 3 picks to move up 5 spots, 6 spots. That's an overpay. All right. That I would call an overpay. Definite overpay there. What do you got? About 9 picks left? 10 picks, something like that. Oh, yep. Only got about, this says about a half hour left. So till about 4 o'clock my time. Oh no, it's going to go late. Yeah, never mind. Probably got about an hour left. I don't know if I can do the hour, but we'll see. Ryan Lynn, defenseman, going to Vancouver, or from Vancouver, going to San Jose. See, be weird. I got to say something here. You say I doubt many teams want him. I guarantee you, the way teams value players is totally different from the way fans value players. JJ Perica was for number 23 and a first and 28, top 10 protected. I'd rather had Perica for the pick, slightly better stats at 7.7 million rather than 7. Understand. Then he goes at that price point. Again, same thing. I think that they do not look at that as much as you think they do. Right? Maybe they're looking at it as a salary cap considerations, but they're not looking at going, oh my God, this guy makes this and he's overpaid, underpaid. I don't think that they look at it that way at all. Maybe they do, but I don't think I don't think, especially the scouting system does it. GMs might, but scouting doesn't. At least that's how I think. Could be wrong. Do you want to stay on or go? I mean, I'm kind of over it, man.
I mean, you can peace out. I might stick around for a minute and then give my, I guess, final thoughts, I guess.
Okay. Yeah, I'm kind of over it right now. We'll see. I mean, I'll pull out of the studio. I won't leave the studio, so I'll still be here and around. So if I pop back in and you're still here, maybe I'll come back. But I'm going to take a break for a while.
All right.
Okay, bud.
All right. Let me Let me pull up the draft here just so I have it in front of me handy here.
Fried chicken.
Oh my god.
Wednesday wing.
Fried chicken. Go figure. Avs mastered that pretty well. What did they master? Oh, they line up contracts. No, you weren't. You weren't a thorn in his side. He just wanted to take a break for a while, and that's fine. But I mean, the Blues are done for this draft. I don't see anything else happening. Just kind of giving my thoughts on it. I've talked about it enough. You got a Jordan Kyrou 2.0. That's what you got here. You got a worse version of a Jordan Kyrou. Jordan Kyrou's stats defensively actually were very good as a winger. McTavish's, on the other hand, are not. And yes, I've heard all the debate. Oh, well, McTavish is 22. He'll be 23. Kyrou's 28. And yeah. And that's fine and dandy. But again, Coach Q, another well-respected coach in the league and a guy who knows his stuff, benched McTavish in the playoffs, limited his playing time, and healthy scratched him multiple times. I just, for me, I look at it and I just can't understand why people are okay with this overpay. With the 22nd pick, the Pittsburgh Penguins select Liam Ruck. So Liam Ruck, there is one of the Ruck brothers who has officially been taken off the board. I don't know if the Pittsburgh Penguins have another pick in this class here or in this first round here, but I wouldn't be surprised if they try to go out and get the other one eventually if they have another pick coming up soon. Aligning contracts and projected salaries, yeah. I noted prior to the draft that only thing that could have wrecked our assets was by using them for McTavish. So I'm not too happy. I'm looking forward to Lawrence. Yeah, Lawrence was a guy that was talked about. He should be solid. Like I said, I think he's 17, so he's going to be going back and playing in college and whatever, and it'll give him a season to develop. But McTavish again. You aimed low. I think you aimed low, and you didn't aim high. I heard Jason Robertson was the guy that was talked about, and I appreciate Doug and them trying to go out there and get an asset like that because that would have been huge for this Blues team. But again, I want to say this because people are just so blind to it because they wanted Kyrou off this team. You got a worse Kyrou. I mean, you got a worse Kyrou. You got a slower player. You got a worse defensive player. And mind you, he's a worse defensive player at a position that needs defense at center. Yes, you got a younger guy, so that is a plus. Hopefully he can rebound. If he can rebound and score 60 points, then this discussion of overpay is out the door. Because I think if he can put up 60 points this year, coming into this year, that will show me that the change of scenery was necessary, and that's what he needed to rebound. And if he can score 60 points, then I know that he's going to be a solid ad for this team. But other than that, that's the baseline. He has to have 60 points at least if he's playing on the second line. So, this will be interesting. Again, I've been very vocal. Blues fans are going to complain about this guy. I'm telling you right away. I don't know how long into the season it's going to be. 5 games, 15 games. I don't know. I'm telling you right now, they are going to complain about this kid. I can tell you with certainty because this fan base, although I love the St. Louis Blues and I want to be optimistic and I want to be nice to the fan base, and I'm not trying to shit on everybody, but this fan base just has a thing for giving unnecessary hate when it's not needed, and that's exactly what McTavish is going to get. And likely, this criticism is probably going to be warranted because everything I just described to you is why he's probably not going to be a big thriller here in St. Louis. Again, even if we couldn't get anyone, take the chance on the first round. See, no, but that's the thing, though. If you couldn't get anybody, I could understand maybe taking the 4 draft picks. I understand it. But again, I want to preface this. My issue isn't the fact that it took a first-round pick. If the Blues would have took the 29th pick, and that would have been the 29th pick would have been the sweet spot, and that would have been the only pick you had to give up, I would have been okay with it. I would have said, okay, this guy, he needs maybe a change of scenery and everything like that. But no, you took 2 picks for a guy that is not a career positive in his career so far. And you gave him 2 first-round picks for him. I get it. It's the market. The market's kind of going crazy with some of these deals and everything like that. But you gave 2 picks for a guy who's a net negative for a hope that he turns it around instead of going out and trying to continue to go out there and get a big fish that really advances this team in a positive way. You went out and banked on a chance because you wanted something different. You wanted something fresh. And at this point, seeing as the Blues had the bull by the horns, they had 4 first-round picks, and this was the best they came up with. I would have took all 4 first-round picks and traded up to the 2nd overall pick. That is how bad of an option this was to me. Is I would have took the 4 first-round picks that you had and gave them for Ivar Stenberg. And I'm not the one who wanted to do that. I didn't want to do that at all. This move right here, I would have absolutely took getting Ivar Stenberg over what we just did. Absolutely. Yeah. There's my boy, Matty Lips. What's going on, brother? Great to have you here. Thanks for tuning in. For anybody still here, I have been doing, we had our first show recently at the Hockey World Order. And we had a great show. We discussed things heading into the draft and everything like that. It got thousands upon thousands of views spanning across multiple social media platforms. And we're hoping to keep the ball rolling. We're going to have a post-draft show on Sunday on TikTok and on YouTube. So please tune in to the Hockey World Order to get your hockey coverage and see what all the panelists think about what the draft has brought for these youngsters and how their teams did. They're desperate to stay competitive after dumping an entire top 2 lines in the last years. Well, first of all, I need to preface this, bud. Guy's optimistic, and usually he's not in that boat. He's not optimistic. I'm usually the optimistic one. Don't be now. If Mason McTavish comes in 60 points, the Blues may have a shot at the playoffs. May. If he has 60 points. Maybe 55, maybe 60. Bush has a rebound year. McMichael comes in, does what he needs to do. The Blues may be okay. But I'm telling you right now, my first initial impressions, this team is not a playoff team. Too much of a logjam. You have too many third-line players that the Blues are trying to disguise as second-line players. A lot of the guys on this team, although I love them, Jake Neighbors, Pius Suter, all these guys that you have on this roster that can come up and play second-line minutes can only play second-line minutes for a minimal amount of time. And then after that point, it falls off. None of them are consistent. The only consistent second-line guy I think you have right now is Buchnevich. Bush is a guy that gets a lot of slack here in St. Louis, but I love the Russian. He came into St. Louis, and I feel like it clouds a lot of people's judgment on Bush because he had a down year. Bush, we talked about, is a pillar of consistency. And if he can get back to form and start doing good things again, he's going to be okay. He's going to rebound. He's going to be great. But he is a consistent guy. I can say that I can put him on the second line and it'll be okay. That's it. Neighbors, I can't. Neighbors seems to top out of the third line. Suter, although I love him, he's a bottom six guy, but he's a very smart bottom six guy, so you don't get rid of guys like that. Then you have your fourth liners. You have McMichael. Where does he slot into this team? Is he going to be able to give the production that you need along with McTavish to give you that boost? I don't know. McTavish was a solid trade. Richard, my friend, like I said, you missed it, man. The Blues overpaid for McTavish. Like I said, one pick I would have been okay with. The 15th, I think, was an overpay. I think the 29th was fine here. If you gave a 29th, I would have said, okay, fine, 29th, and that get it done. Hell, I would have gave them. I mean, why couldn't you, instead of giving the 15th overall pick, why couldn't you have said, okay, Anaheim, I'll give you the 29th pick. I'm going to keep the 15th pick, but I'll give you a guy that can play now, maybe a Matthew Kessel, maybe a Jonathan Drouin, and maybe you could package even a Dean in there. I still even think that's an overpay because Dean is still young, but I don't see Dean being on this team. I don't see Zach Dean being on this team. So maybe you could have just offered Zach Dean and the 29th overall pick, and that would have possibly got it done for Anaheim. You did not need to spend 2 first-round picks on a guy who's a net negative. It's stupid. It is a stupid overpay, and I talk about it a lot, and I don't know if Whips is still here. My East Coast team is the Rangers. God, I'm so glad that Chris Jury did not overpay for McTavish. If you're hearing this, Lips, I'm so glad that the Rangers didn't overpay for McTavish. I can't believe it. I think that everybody talked about, Pettersson, he's a cancer, he's this, he's that, and Pettersson scored 90 points in this league, 100 points in this league, and Blues fans are content with Mason McTavish. That should tell you all you need to know about a guy. You want to talk about banking big. So everybody wants to bank big and hope that he has a rebound year. Why couldn't we bank on that with someone like Elias Pettersson, who's an established star in this league that's scored a hell of a lot of points and is actually a second line center that can actually fill in for a guy like Robert Thomas if he goes down with injury or something like that. Why? You're telling me right now that if Robert Thomas goes, this is going to be something, because Robert Thomas is always good for at least one injury in the year. It seems like it. Hopefully he can stay healthy, because I think if he can stay healthy, he may be close to a 100-point guy. I look at it like this. A guy like Robert Thomas goes down. Who are you going to put at center on the first line? You going to put Mason McTavish on the first line center? That's your big fish. Mason McTavish is your first line center if Robert Thomas goes down with an injury. Dalibor Dvorsky. That's your guy you're going with on the first line. Dalibor Dvorsky, who is not ready to be a second line center yet either. Doesn't make any sense. You have Thomas, and then you have a bunch of third line centers. That's what you have. And I hate to say it, because I love everybody on this team. I hate to say it, but people need to speak the truth, man. As media, me as a fan, I owe it to you guys to sit here and tell you the truth. You went low, you overpaid for low, and now you're stuck with a guy who is terrible defensively. And the Kyra haters will be, oh, okay, this was great. I'm glad that this was a trade. I'm glad that this was the move. I'm glad we got rid of Kyra. Yes, he needed to change the screen. I do agree. But yes, let's aim low and let's grab Mason McTavish. Hope your check comes in on fire. I hope so. I hope so, man. I hope so. I hope. I don't know if I don't think he plays this year. I think next year probably is where you're looking at. It'd be cool to see him come in and play. It would be nice. But again, don't rush it. He's a defenseman. He's still young. Robert Thomas held the #1 title in shot percentage last year. I know. Dude. Be weird. If you're constantly on this show, I'm a big Robert Thomas guy. Robert Thomas is my favorite player. I think by the end of his tenure, he will be considered my favorite Blues player of all time, because I wasn't alive during anything prior to 1999. So obviously there's been better Blues and all that. The Brett Halls, the Chris Prongers, everything like that. But my favorite player will end up being Robert Thomas, I think, by the end of his tenure here in St. Louis. That's how much I like Robert Thomas. Robert Thomas is a guy who most people view as, oh, yeah, he's a good center, but he's only a second-line guy, which I find funny, because everybody wants Robert Thomas, but then want to shit on him and say that he's not good enough to be a first-line guy. But, hey, to each their own. I'll take Robert Thomas in a heartbeat. I think he's one of the best playmakers in the league. Yeah, I mean, but again, he's always good for at least one injury. What happens if he goes down with an injury? I mean, you have no one to rely on. No one. All I'm saying, Blues fans, is you better hope Mason McTavish has a career freaking year. That's all I'm saying to you. You better hope it happens. With this move, I wouldn't mind. I think there's guys that won't be coming back on this team. I would love for them to maybe look at the free agent market, but I think the free agent market's not really going to be looking that great. I could be wrong, but I haven't really looked. I don't think the free agency market is really going to be all that fantastic, but we'll see. I could see maybe the Blues exploring it. The Blues have cap, so that's the thing. The Blues have cap, but the problem is now that you gave up your first-round picks and Mason McTavish is the guy you cashed in on, you have no draft capital anymore. You have zero draft capital anymore. So now all you're working with is cap space. And now you can't trade picks anymore. I mean, you can trade, later picks and everything like that. Now you're working with 0 first-round picks this year. Like I said, you can trade later years first rounders if you want. if teams will take that. But now you're looking at a point where the Blues are going to have to trade players. They're going to have to trade players. If you're going to want trades to happen, they're going to have to trade players now. So now you're going to be losing more assets. So this is why it's a fail, in my opinion, because you took the capability and the creativity that you had with these picks and this draft capital and this salary cap to go out and bank it on Mason McTavish. And now you got no skin in the game. Now you got no skin in the game. Now you're going to have to give up more assets. So you gave up. You already overpaid for a glorified third line center, $7 million for a third line center, pretty much. And then you're going to have to trade players. So you're losing double because if you're going to make a trade, you're going to lose double now. So now you're giving up more assets to get somebody in a trade. So again, McTavish has to rebound, and McMichael has to be a driving force for what we're hoping for him to be if the Blues have a chance at the playoffs. But as of right now, as we speak, they're not a playoff team. So although I love them and I will always support them, they're not a playoff team.
Disagree. And did you see what?
Of course you do.
Did you see what Armstrong had to say about McTavish?
No.
It was exactly what I said.
And that matters to me because...
Hold on. Here we go. Army on what McTavish needs. I think consistency. I think the one thing that you always want to strive to have, the valley rise up closest to the ceiling. But he's just 23 years old, and he's got such a wide runway ahead of him. I think when you're drafted in the area that he was drafted to, an organization like Anaheim, he probably got into the league quicker than most. So you're sort of learning on the fly there, and we're excited for all the gray matter that he's picked up in such a short period of time. It's our job to give him the platform to be the best he can be. I know the work that we've done on the background, what he's doing, how he's doing it, and what he wants to accomplish. When I talked to him tonight, he's extremely excited about a new opportunity coming here and solidifying his position in the league and certainly his position on this team. And whether you see him as a center or wing, we see him starting in the middle. What Monty and I talked about with McMichael, having that ability with Devo and with Suter. My experience is that you can never have too many centers. Centers can go to the wing easily. Wingers can't go to the middle very easy. So it's going to give Jim and his staff some opportunity to tinker and play with it, but we can see him as a centerman.
He's gonna play center. That's exactly what he is. He's a center. He's gonna play center, and they'll probably have McMichael play the wing. That's exactly what they'll probably do. And again, you came in here and all hot and heavy. Oh, I disagree. I mean, and then you said, oh well, Armstrong said exactly what I said. Well, thank you. What is he gonna say? Oh, we overpaid for this guy. I mean, come on. Let's be honest. Like, are you gonna say that?
It's a guy that needed a change of scenery, and it's also a guy that was put in position that didn't make him and wasn't going to be successful. He now has that opportunity in St. Louis, and I think that that's what you're missing.
I'm not missing anything. I'm telling you right now, he better have a career year. If you think that this team is a playoff team, he better have a career year. Because if he does not, this team is not a playoff team.
Right. I think you're shitting on the team, and you're shitting on a move that when you step back and look at it, it's not as bad as you think it is.
It's an overpay.
Not only that, huh?
It's an overpay. This is exactly what it is. It's an overpay. You gave like I said, you gave two first round picks to a guy who is net negative. There's guys out in this league that are net positive, and you decided to go with a net negative guy because he's young and he may have needed a change of scenery. It's like a draft pick. You don't know that's going to work out. That's not a guarantee. It's not a guarantee at all. And what happens if McTavish comes here and flops? You failed. You failed. If he flops, you failed. This is all on McTavish now. And guess what you did now? Guess what you did now with trading 2 first-rounders for him? You know what you did? You put a target on his back.
Yeah.
You put pressure on him. You put pressure on him. Now he's going to have to live up to it. And if he doesn't, he's going to get shit on every step of the way.
It is currently an overpay. They said the same thing about Holloway and Boberg.
I never called it an overpay. First of all, the offer sheets are offer sheets. Edmonton was in a tough spot. They could have matched Holloway. They chose not to. What you got out of when you look at it, yes, they're overpays. The cap's going up or whatever, but still, yes, those guys have played. Those guys have promise. Those guys were two of the best youngest talents they had in Edmonton, and it's proven they were a key parts to Edmonton's cup runs. McTavish just sat on Edmonton, and again, he didn't get playing time with Coach Q. Dude, I'm telling you, Coach Q is he's like one of the most respected coaches in the league.
True. I will give you that.
And he's one of the most respected coaches in the league. And again, I'm not saying that he can't rebound. He can absolutely rebound. He's only, like you said, 23 years old. I think he's going to be 23 years old maybe I don't know when his birthday is. He's 22 now, but he'll be 23 eventually.
No,
he can rebound. Now. Okay. Well, he can rebound. I absolutely agree with that. But again, I'm looking at the big picture here. If I'm going to get a second line center, or if I'm going to get a player period, a bigger name, a bigger value guy, not that it's going to work, or not that it's a for sure that the other team will play dancing partner with you, but why is my big fish Mason McTavish? Why? Why is that your big fish?
I don't know why it's my big fish, but it's what this management group and this coaching staff thinks they need, right? And Anaheim, up until this year, has been junk. And he's gone through different coaches. And you know what? I do admit, I do admit that Coach Q is a hell of a coach. Okay. 4 Stanley Cup rings? 1 as an assistant, 3 as a head. So the guy knows what he's doing. However, he was out of the league for 4 years, 3 years? And some of these newer guys, some of these younger guys, he might not have connected with them. He might not have disconnected with them. And it's the same thing with Berube and Kyrou. Those two never connected. And while it felt like he connected to Montgomery, he was injured this year, and it just spiraled from there. Yes, Blues fans are going to be on this guy. I get it. You're going to see what he is. But it's step back. And I've been wrong before. I was wrong with, who was, and I can think of a couple of guys. We had Yakupov for a while. I thought, oh, great, change the scenery guy. Yep, he nowhere with him. Costin, right? We got Costin, 30th pick. Oh, my goodness. What a great pickup. And he went nowhere with us. Right? I don't even know if Costin's still in the league. I think he went to the KHL. So we've made mistakes. We brought guys in as free agents, or we brought guys in with trades that haven't worked out. But right now, where this team is, I just got to give them the benefit of the doubt. And I'm going to sit back and wait to see what happens. And I think that this move is and in fact, I looked at the Athletic. They gave a B+ to Anaheim and a B to St. Louis. Three different coaches, three different same output. Well, where's the consistency? Where's that coach that puts him in the right spot instead of coaches that move him around all over the place? Right? That was one of the biggest complaints we had about Montgomery this year. That was one of the biggest complaints we had about Montgomery this year. That he was mixing lines up. No consistency whatsoever. Until late in the year, when the lines stop mixing up, he starts keeping with the lines, and then we start seeing that consistency.
Well, and let me say this, because I've been talking about selling low, which the Blues absolutely sold low. You look at this. You look at this trade, and there's a reason The Athletic gave the Anaheim Ducks a higher rating here than the Blues. There's a reason for it, because it wasn't overpay, and they're not going to tell you that. They may tell you that. But again, I look at this like this. You got Mason McTavish for 2 first-round picks. Okay, so say McTavish. So okay, say that the staff wants to get McTavish. Fine, okay, get McTavish. Fine, whatever.
Well, hold on. I'm going to argue your overpay here real
No,
quick. I'm gonna argue,
hang on, because I haven't finished.
Okay.
You got McTavish for 2 for 1. Why? First of all, if you're gonna aim low, or if you're supposedly aiming high here, as some people would say, that you're aiming high because McTavish is young, he can definitely come back. Why wasn't Pavel Mintyukov in this deal? Well, if you were gonna give 2 first-round picks for a guy who's a net negative, why didn't you just make it a higher deal? Why didn't you just make it the 15th to 29th and Zach Dean for Pavel Mintyukov and Mason McTavish? I would have been okay with that. But no, you went 2 for 1. You lost this trade.
Okay. Here's my argument saying that it's not as much of an overpay as you say it is. You say this guy is a worse Kyrou, right?
He is.
What did you give up for Kyrou? What did Kyrou get?
Kyrou got a middling 6 forward, and then he got a prospect that's I guess projected to be a 4th line guy, and then he got just short of 3 first-round picks. Again, that's how you view it, but again, you're banking on this possibly being a thing. He didn't get three first-round picks. He got a 2nd overall player back. He's not a first-round player. He's a 2nd-round player. Stop playing technicalities here. He's a 2nd-round draft pick.
He was
not first.
Early 2nd-round draft pick.
It doesn't matter. Does it say first round or 2nd round?
Okay, so he got 2 first, high first, and a high 2nd. You gave up a high first and a low first for McTavish. Maybe that's not so much of an overpay. Now, I do admit, I said I would have liked to gotten something back in return. I would have wanted another piece, a small piece, 3rd-round pick or a 4th-round pick, maybe a 2nd. I don't think you get a 2nd, but I would have liked something like that. But it's not the overpay that you're making it out to be.
So picture this, Blues fans. You look at this like this, and again, I view high. I view high. So if you're going to get McTavish, fine. You want a recreation project and Mason McTavish, fine. Go out there, get Mason McTavish. But you know what? Throw the 15th, the 29th, and Zach Dean in for a trade for Mason McTavish and Pavel Mintyukov. Why couldn't you pitch that? Why is Mason McTavish the only thing you needed back in this deal?
That deal wasn't available. Because
but you don't know if that was offered, though. You don't know if that was offered.
I don't. I honestly don't. But you don't know.
Yeah, so how are you going to say that wasn't on the table because you don't know if it was offered?
But you don't know it wasn't. At the same way you can say I don't know it was, you don't know it wasn't.
Well, I can almost get well, and that's why I'm saying that it's low. You went low. You got so the only thing you wanted back was Mason McTavish. If that's your big fish, like I've been talking about, why didn't you? If that was the big thing that you wanted, there's been
Go back. Hold on. Go look at what was put out between what the Rangers were trying to get and what the Blues were trying to get earlier. There were more pieces that just couldn't work out. It sounds like Anaheim started getting greedy. And that's why the Rangers and the Blues both pulled back from this being a bigger deal. I do think Anaheim got greedy.
So that means you just make the deal with them because they got greedy. So you play into their hand and just give it to them.
It's the same way. It's the same thing when you go back with the deal with Kevin Hayes. Remember the Kevin Hayes deal?
No.
When we got Kevin Hayes, that was the one where Torrey Krug and Kevin Hayes and was offered for Kevin Hayes and another defenseman, and there was a whole bunch going on, and then it got leaked, and then before it got leaked and Krug found out before Armstrong called him and told him that was happening, and Krug said, no, I'm not going, and then we got Hayes for like a second-round pick or something. That sometimes the deals, sometimes, you're asking for this, a team wants more, you say, you know what, I'm pulling back, this is what I want. What do you want for this? This is my main piece. So that's what it sounds like happened here. McTavish was the main piece. They tried to do a bigger deal. Anaheim got greedy, and they said, you know what? This is our main piece. What do you want for him? That's what I think happened. That's what I think more than likely happened in this deal. And yes, I do not know that happened. Just as much as I know that it happened, as I know that it didn't happen. But that is my speculation.
Mintyukov was speculated to be on the board as well, and being a trade target. Like I said, if you're the Blues, I don't know how you view not getting two pieces here. I mean, if you're going to sell 2 draft picks, man, you might as well just try to make it. Like I said, you don't know what the deal was, but if you're telling me, first of all, there was reports that Pavel Mintyukov, along with McTavish, were trading pieces that Anaheim was looking to move. So if they were looking to move, there was obviously a price that possibly could have been met there. I mean, like I said, you aimed low, you got McTavish, great, but there was no reason you shouldn't have like maybe added something and then added Mintyukov or something, and he would have been.
Because I think they wanted more than Dean. They wanted Devo, they wanted Neighbors, they wanted Snuggerud, they wanted a high
No,
end.
they didn't. They didn't.
No,
they weren't getting. They come on, guy. I mean, GMs are not that goddamn stupid. Do you really think there was we'll take Jimmy Snuggerud? Are you serious?
No. Yes, I think that's what happened. They asked for a lot more than what Armstrong was willing to give up. Wouldn't you? When you negotiate, don't you ask for more than you think you can get? I do.
If you think, dude, if Pat Verbeek went to Doug.
Be weird. It was the grades were for the trade itself, not the draft. So that's why. Okay, go ahead. Sorry.
If Verbeek was stupid enough to go to Doug Armstrong and say, hey, I want Jimmy Snuggerud, willing and knowing the Blues were not moving Jimmy Snuggerud, I would think you're an idiot. I would laugh in your face and hang up the phone.
Maybe he asked for Carbonell.
I bet he didn't. The Anaheim Ducks needed defensemen. I think there was speculated that they were hoping for possibly getting a defenseman back. Again, though, they're trying to sell. Like I said, there was speculation between McTavish and Mintyukov, both guys. McTavish, the center, and Mintyukov, a defenseman. Both things that the Blues could use. And again, like I said, I don't know if it was discussed or not, if they talked about having Mintikov, but it wasn't reported. Nothing on the details of Mintikov ever being integrated was ever talked about. So I'm going to go with it was not in the plans. But if it wasn't, it should have been, because why not get two pieces and add the two draft picks you wanted, and then add pieces. Matthew Kessel, Jonathan Drouin, a Zach Dean. Aim if you're gonna aim, man. Aim from the stars, man. You have everybody by the balls with 4 first-round picks, and you got one player out of it. One. With all this draft capital, all this cap space that you have, you got one player. And now I would bring it up when you were gone.
3 players.
You know what? I was bringing it up now. You know what the Blues did now? Now that they got one piece back in return, and they got McTavish, you know what they did now? They gave up all their draft capital. Their draft capital is gone. So now they have cap space. So if you want to make a deal, you're going to have to get rid of guys now. So now
they've still got what is it? 9 more picks?
Oh my God! So you think that you're going to get a solid piece for the 3rd round piece, for the 3rd round, for the 4th round, for the 5th round? You think you're going to get a great player from those picks? No, you're not. So you have 0 draft capital to go out there and get a.
If you make those 4 picks, then you still give up your draft capital. If you make those 4 picks, you still give up the draft capital, right? Right?
What?
If you make those 4 picks, then you're still giving up your draft capital. How are you keeping
I didn't want them to make the 4 first-round picks. I don't know what you guys don't understand about this.
You're saying because they traded those 2 picks away, you gave up all your draft capital. No, you didn't. You still have a whole bunch of picks. You still have that can be packaged with prospects. And no, you didn't get 1 player. You got 3 players today. You made 3 picks.
Okay, so you got two players that will play in 2 to 3 years. Fantastic. I'm glad that we're seeking for the future. And then you have a player that can play now that's a net negative. So congratulations, the St. Louis Blues won the 2026 entry-level draft.
No, I didn't say that. Don't put words in my mouth. All I'm saying is you're planning doomsday, and I don't see it as being as much of a doomsday as you make it out to be.
I think, like I said, I think they aimed low. They took whatever garbage they could get, and that's what they went with. That's what I think they did. I think all this speculation that they tried everything under the sun to do something. I think it's all smoke and guns. I do. The only report that you ever saw St. Louis was in on was Jason Robertson. That was it. Nothing else.
Just
nothing
because
else.
it didn't get reported doesn't mean it wasn't out there. You guys think Lawrence will pan out big? Maybe. I mean, honestly, don't know. I don't know enough about him. We're going to see. He's going to spend another year in college, and that helped out Snuggerud and other players. So we'll see. We'll see what'll happen. Right, Justin. I want to end the show, but I need to use my computer, and with the show running, I can't. It takes up too much processor.
All right. All right.
Say again.
I said okay.
All right. I mean, there's only 2 picks left. Or 3 picks left.
All right.
Yeah, there's 3 picks left. Do you want to? We can wait the 3 picks out. Anaheim should be making their pick now, so we'll wait the 3 picks out, and then we'll. Am I right? 3 picks? Maybe 4 picks. 4 picks. Sorry. Then we'll go. He really reminds me of Sluggerud, side movement, speed, shot, all very similar, except he's injury prone. Yeah, he missed much of last year for an injury, so that's something that concerned, because Costin was an injury guy that we took late, and it ended up burning us. Right? Costin had an attitude though, and hopefully this guy doesn't have an attitude.
Yeah.
Oh, I thought
We'll
the
see.
Ducks were ready to pick. I guess not.
So like I said, I've been very negative, and like I said, I've even told them, I said that you're usually the not optimistic one. I'm optimistic. I want to say this now. Like I said, I've said it since the beginning of the show. Whatever the Blues do, I'll love them. I'll support them. I'll do whatever. And I am, despite my concerns, I am optimistic for the future. I am, even though I'm optimistic and I know what type of player we're getting in Mason McTavish. I am optimistic and I am excited. I know, crazy, right? I am excited to see what we're going to get from Mason McTavish. I am. I'm excited to see what we're going to get from Connor McMichael. I'm excited about it. But that doesn't take away from my concerns. It doesn't.
So I know you hate hearing this, but I'm going to say, go back to 19. Go back to 19 and think about that team. Did that team really have superstars on it? Did it have two scoring lines? Did it have three scoring lines? Not really.
No, it had no. Well, let me answer this because you put it in like a 4-part question. It's, first of all, no, the Blues did not have, they had stars. They didn't have superstars. Yeah. I put Tarasenko. I know a lot of people, I know maybe someone like you who was big on Tarasenko. I like Tarasenko as well, but he was a star. He was a star. He wasn't quite a superstar. He was a star, but he wasn't a superstar. So no, the Blues never really had a superstar in 19. They had 4 lines that were able to buy into a system, and they were able to use all 4 lines and smother teams, and they were one of the better teams in recent memory to win the Cup with I would say, more of a defensive mindset, because they were very much locked down defensively. But they were able to score, too. I know a lot of people said, oh, Jordan Binnington's the only reason St. Louis won the Cup. And although I agree that he played a huge part in it, St. Louis doesn't get there without having the scoring, without having the depth, without having the 4 lines going. So they just were a team that bought into the system.
Right. Now, take that 19 team and compare it to now. It's the same makeup. You've got a star. You've got a star in Thomas. You have up-and-coming stars in Holloway and Broberg. You have right behind guys, tier 3 guys in Neighbors, in Snuggerud. You've got guys like that.
You know what you don't have, though? You know what you don't have? You don't have a veteran guy in Ryan O'Reilly.
Okay,
that's what you don't have. So no. Well, hang on.
David's in that role.
Well, Bush is a veteran, but Ryan O'Reilly, what he did away from the puck, on the puck, was outstanding. He's a great 2-way player. Bush is great. I think he's good defensively when he needs to be. I think that he can score when he needs to. He obviously had a down year, but again, you don't really have that Ryan O'Reilly guy. You don't have the veteran guys of O'Reilly and Perron, and you have young guys. Yes, I absolutely understand your parallels, but that's the one thing you're missing. You're missing the guys that really were key pieces to this run that really helped the Blues get over the hump, because without guys like O'Reilly doing stuff away from the puck and forechecking and back-checking and making it hell in front of the net, the St. Louis Blues don't win the Stanley Cup.
Yeah. I want to answer this real quick. It says, we don't have defense now, but we have the tools to see it happening again. Now I want to pull my hair out. Our problem isn't defense, and it hasn't been defense for a really long time. Our problem's been offense. We don't hold the puck. We don't keep the puck down there. We don't cycle the puck. When we were a good team, when we scored goals, we cycled the puck. And when we scored goals and cycled the puck and kept puck control, it made our defense look so much better. When we rely on our defense, when you don't control the puck, when you don't cycle the puck, when you don't control the neutral zone, you're going to lose. And that is the issue. Right? Well, the reason we don't have an effective defense is we don't have an effective offense. You have an effective offense, you have an effective defense. Right? You know, they always say in football, the best offense is a good defense, while in hockey, the best defense is a good offense.
The Blues extremely excel when their defense is translating and jumping up into the play and helping the offense out. And the offense really when the offense comes back and supports the defense, the Blues do very well as well. On the back end of things, obviously. But I'm saying that a lot of people shit on the Blues defense, and yes, although young, although it was aging with guys like Falk and everything like that, and it's still's got a couple older guys in there, Fowler, Parayko. But the thing is like I said, I'm with him. I don't think the defense is as big as an issue as everybody makes it out to be. I think it could be better, but I think for what you get out of them, I think they're pretty damn good, man. Like 5-on-5 especially. I think their numbers dropped a little bit last year, 5-on-5. But, like, they're generally a pretty good 5-on-5 team. If they can get back to being a good 5-on-5 team, I do think that special teams has been an issue as well. Hopefully guys like McTavish and McMichael help that. But 5-on-5, I think the Blues are most dangerous when they're dangerous 5-on-5 and they're not allowing teams power plays, which we all know the Blues are good at because they're usually one of the least penalized teams in the league.
Weird, I got to disagree with you here. He says 2019 we were stacked with two-way players. Yes, that's not the case now. Monty is the guy to make it happen. No, he's not. Monty is the guy teaching offense. He's coaching offense. He's not coaching that two-way game. He does a little defense, but he'd rather a puck control guy. He'd rather guys keep the puck, cycle the puck, shoot the puck. Keep the puck, cycle the puck, shoot the puck. Because what that does, especially in the first period, is it tires the team out in the third period. The other team out. It tires them out in the third period. And that's when the Blues would take games over, is in the third. They did it a lot.
Yeah,
Playoffs, especially in the playoffs.
But call me crazy though. Am I wrong in that assessment that like when the Blues are thriving and when they play really, really good 5-on-5, they're a damn hard team to play against because the system that the Blues have always been is a very stingy team to play against when they are on their game and playing their system. They are an annoying ass team to play 5-on-5 if they play how they're supposed to play. I think they're such a good team 5-on-5 usually that like if they can get back to being a good 5-on-5 team, I think what Guy was saying, I think that you want like Amati wants more like in zone time, cycling time, wearing teams down. And that's absolutely outstanding. I think most of the time, the defensive side of things is really going to come from the players itself. Did the players on this team want it enough?
So B goes, yet the Bruins under Monty had the lowest goals against in NHL history. They also had one of the highest goals for. That high goals for helped that goals against. Because when you can score goals, especially early, you cause a team to absolutely change how they play, and they have to go offensive and not defense, and it makes bigger decisions. What was that when they won the President's Trophy? Yeah, when they won the President's Trophy, yeah. Right? Both are true for sure. So that's all I'm getting at, man. All I'm getting at here is what I think, and Justin, buddy, you know I love you to death, right? He's ignoring me.
Yeah, no, I hear you. I'm not going to acknowledge it. I know. I'm aware, but this always follows up with something that I'm not going to like. So go ahead.
No, I love you to death, but at the same time, sometimes you just take a step back. And yes, initial reaction is this is what I see, and I listen to everything you tell me. I mean, I don't agree with everything you tell, but I listen to it. And it's that listening to it that allows me to open up my eyes and see things a little differently. Right?
Yeah. No, I have no, like we said about the Kyrie trade. I said initially that, okay, maybe meh. And then we talked about it. We ironed it out. We talked about, okay, what's the positive? What's maybe the negative? But again, I think that although, yes, this could be the only thing that was out there, again, in the totality of things, with how many other players were out there, with however many other options you had, I think that this was down at the bottom of the best possible moves that you could have made.
And, that might be possible. That might be possible. But, sometimes options go away. Now, what I don't think they did is make a move just to make a move. And that might be where you and me disagree. You think they made a move just to make a move. I don't. I think they see something in McTavish that we don't. And that's where, and I do think that they tried to make a bigger trade happen. And when you see trades like this, sometimes, especially like I was talking about with the what was his name? The guy we got out of, was it Philly? I think it was, or
Yakupov?
No, not Yakupov. I was just talking. Hey, Hayes, Kevin Hayes. Like I talked about the Kevin Hayes, right? There was something bigger in works, and something caused it to not happen. So they pulled back and said, okay, what'll make this happen if this is the key piece, right? And if that key piece was like, that can't happen, okay, well, what about the other piece we're interested in? What can make that happen? That is what I think happened here, because you have to understand there were two suitors for McTavish, not one. And I think for McTavish, he's got to be happy that he went here instead of somewhere else. Because he goes to the Rangers, he's in the exact same situation he was in Anaheim, maybe worse. He's coming to St. Louis. This is not a, quote, rebuilding team. This is a team that's right there. Right there. They're right there from being in the playoffs and being in the thick of things. They have a great system, farm system. They have great prospects. They've built them. They're strong, and they have a coach who understands the best way to get the best out of young players. You got to remember, but Ruby's issue wasn't with veterans, it was with younger players. Monty's issue in Boston was not with the younger players, it was with the older players. Monty understands these younger guys, and that's why I think that the Blues have gotten so much younger. I mean, what do we got? We only got like two guys that are over 30, maybe three. I think Bush might be 31. Bennington might be 30-31. The defenseman we got from Anaheim, Fowler, might be in his might be 30. Parayko might be 30. That's four guys.
No, Fowler's like 34.
Okay.
Something like that.
But still, that's
he's older. Guys. Yeah, no, this team is young. Well, and that's the thing. This team is young. I absolutely agree that this team is young, and it's definitely trending on the up and up. But that's also I also bring it back to my point when you're talking about 2019 as well. This team, I think, doesn't have enough experience yet. So I think in the end, I think that yes, who knows? They could be a playoff team with how the West is constructed, and if you see something as weird as you did like this year, maybe the Blues can make a push. But I look at this team compared to the Avalanche, the Stars, the Wild, Vegas. I wouldn't even say Edmonton because I'm not high on Edmonton, but Edmonton is dangerous because they have two of the best players in the world on it. So that's why Edmonton's there.
We have
Edmonton.
Four guys. And make sure I got this right. Five guys that are older than 30. Actually six, but Sundqvist doesn't count because he's off and even Hull doesn't count. You can say Hull doesn't count and Sundqvist doesn't count because right now they're not on the Blues. Right? So it's Parayko, Bennington, Fowler, Buchnevich, and he's saying Walker. I didn't see. Oh yeah, okay. Walker's 32. I missed him.
Well, Walker's up there, and then Fowler.
Fowler, yeah. So just five guys. This is a young team, and it does have some experience. It has experience in Buchnevich. It has experience in Thomas. It adds. I'd say you have experience now in Holloway, all the way to the finals, right? All the way to the finals. You have experience in Broberg, all the way to the finals. Parayko, Stanley Cup winner. You have some guys that have that experience. Walker has a cup, but I don't think Walker has a cup. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, like I said, they're.
But I don't know if he played. I don't know. I don't think his name is on the cup, but he has a ring.
He has a ring, but I don't think his name was on it because he didn't play enough. But again, though, this Blues team is young. They're treading in the right direction, and I'm okay with that. But again, like I said, there is experience here. Thomas has had the experience in the playoffs, obviously. Parayko, a lot of these guys that are still here, that had the experience against Winnipeg in the playoffs. Even Snuggerud, he has a little bit of games. So this team has some experience, but again, I have to look at it in the totality of things. I'm telling you this right now, guy. If Mason McTavish comes in, has a career resurgence here in St. Louis this upcoming year, and McMichael is the guy that you traded for Kyrou for, and he comes in and does what he needs to do, 45, maybe 50 points, this team's a playoff team. If they don't do that, they're not a playoff team.
I need those three players in the aggregate to replace Kyrou. I need McTavish, McMichael, and Carbonneau to come in and replace Kyrou. And to say between those three players, I need between 120 and 150 points.
Which technically, Blues fans, I know that sounds like a big number, but technically in totality, it's not, because if each of those guys have 50 points, you're already there.
You're looking at 40 points a player for 120.
Yeah, so I mean, I'm just saying in totality, it looks like a big number, but it's not, because if three guys, if you put 40 to 45, 50 points, then you're already there. So it's possible. McTavish has gotten there. We know McMichael has gotten there, but it's all going to come down to them. If those guys play like we expect them to play, this team can be a playoff team. If they do not, they are not a playoff team.
Okay, and that's a fair point. That's a fair point, and I'll agree with you on that.
But I'm excited.
With that, we're going to probably close the show out. There's only one pick left after this one. But go ahead.
And I will and like I was saying earlier, I know I was negative on it, but again, I'm excited. I am excited because it's something new. It is new. I will say it is new. It's fresh. The culture is different now. Because the one thing that gets maybe lost in everything, and this is maybe not just completely the truest statement, but this is Robert Thomas's team. We talked about this being Thomas's and Kyrou's team. This is not Kyrou's team anymore. This is Thomas's team. What culture and legacy is Thomas going to hold here in St. Louis? I think Thomas should be a career lifer Blue. Obviously, there may be a point at the end of his contract where that's not possible. But again, I hope the Blues continue to improve. And I think if the Blues are winning, by the time Thomas's contract is up and he's ready for an extension, I think the Blues will already be in the competitive. They'll be in the contending mode. So they'll be in the we're gonna be like in the Stanley Cup contender category. So by that point, I think it'll probably be a little easier to keep a Thomas. After when you have to extend him. But again, that time will come. But again, this is Thomas's team now. So what culture is he gonna bring?
Beer World says McTavish is a gamble, but I'm liking everything else. It's really looking good for our future. Yeah, we just have to beat the stacked Sharks now. They're not that stacked, right? They still got a ways to go.
This changes,
huh?
I would say this. See, but now we talked about McMichael. We talked about McTavish. Those guys need to be exactly what we expect them to be. And no, it's not. It's not. And I'm sorry, it's not. Okay. Give McTavish a year, another year after this year. No, it's McTavish needs to come in and have a resurgence. It's not wait a year, wait 2 years. It's he needs to have a resurgence this year.
Yeah, I agree.
He needs to have a resurgence this year. McMichael needs to be the player that he needs to be on this team that the Blues traded for, a 45, 50-point guy. And the biggest question mark and the biggest the biggest piece here is going to be Carbonneau. If Carbonneau is on this team and Carbonneau comes in and is everything that the Blues expect him to be and all the fans want him to be, and he does put up 50 points, this team is trending in the right direction. But I'm telling you, 3 players to have 45 to 50 points, it's a huge ask. It's a huge ask. If you can get it, then it's great. But if you can't,
Carbonneau is not the X factor to me. There's another player that's the X factor. Right? There's one other player that I think is a huge X factor and absolutely has to have the year that we know this player can have. I want to see if you know who it is. I'm pretty sure you do.
Bush.
Yep. Bush is the X factor. Bush is the guy that's got to be that leader, got to be the player he can be on the ice. He's got to score some goals. He's got to be defensive. He's got to be the O'Reilly. He's got to be Ryan O'Reilly. Right? Is that asking too much? I don't know, but he's the guy that that's got to be it. And if he steps up more than anybody else, if he goes, I had a bad year and need to play better, and he comes out of it playing better, then we have an absolute chance.
So, yes, Bush is a guy that is an X factor. If he tops out, but the thing is what most don't realize though is Bush is going to be on that second line. I need Blues fans to remember this though, because I've been trying to be positive here. I'm trying to swing it into a more positive take here. I need you all to realize though, the idea of McTavish and Bush playing together makes my skin crawl, and here's why. They're both not fast. They're not extremely fast. McTavish is slow, and Bush is not exactly a speed demon. This is going to be a slow second line. You are significantly cutting speed on this second line.
And that, while you are correct, that could be a good thing. Because what was our biggest complaint about the second line and Kyrou? What was our biggest complaint on Kyrou? You and me have both talked about it.
I don't know. I mean, what he's too fast. He overskates.
Outskated his coverage. He was outskating his coverage. He is entering the zone by himself. He was entering. He didn't have that backup. Now, if you have a line that's just a little bit slower, they're entering together. Speed doesn't become it. Being slow doesn't become a liability. It can become an asset. If the line is all skating together at the same speed, that is an asset. Vice having a fast guy that outskates your coverage and coughs up the puck. That was always our issue. We could never find somebody who could skate with Kyrou with speed. That was always a big issue.
Yeah, like I said, we'll see. I'll be like I said, I'll be happy. I'll support him no matter what. I just, like I said, my concerns are my concerns. They're valid concerns. I'm not the only person sitting here and saying this to anybody. It's well documented that if you go on social media, people will sit there and tell you that McTavish is not great defensively. He's bad. He's a bad skater. He's not quick. This isn't just something that I'm pulling out of my ass. Ducks fans talk about it. Multiple fans talk about this. And when multiple fans have this consensus on a guy, yes, we saw it with Kyrou. Sometimes it's completely undeserved. But again, when it's this heavy, you got to take a little bit into consideration.
I got you. Well, guys, we're going to call it here. The first round is over. Jackson Clover out of Miami is committed to Miami. I think that's what they said earlier. Oh, committed to Penn State. Pardon me. Penn State for the 27-28 season. He's out of Miami, or Miami, Florida. Sharks just scored 2 NHL-ready players on top of Celebrini being one of the top centers in the NHL. Will Smith, Eklund, Sam Dickinson, all elite talent under 21 that has no experience and have got to learn. They still got some learning to do. I'm not worried about the sides there in the Pacific. Let them be what they need to be in the Pacific, right? Okay, guys, have a great night. I guess we'll kind of sort of end our show the way we normally do. Justin, how do we end the show?
I think we got to ask the girls.
What are you wearing?
A Canadian tuxedo. And I'm a hockey player. Let's go Blues.
Let's go Blues.
Let's go Blues.
Well, Justin and everyone out there in Draftland, are you ready for the question? Only doing it once.
I'm ready for the question.
Who's late for dinner?
Where are the boys? Where are they at?
Hawaii Blues fan, we're bleeding blue with you. Let's go Blues! Let's go Blues! Let's go Blues!
This is Guy, the Hawaii Blues fan, for my steady co-host, Justin Eagle Eye Scott, saying aloha, mahalo, and thank you so much for watching the Blue Note Fan Report. You got to know that I'm bleeding blue with you.
And as always, let's go Blues.
And we will see you next time on the Blue Note Fan Report. Don't know when that is, but soon, it should be a show coming up soon. Probably something going to be happening either July 1st or 2nd. I have a feeling July 1st or 2nd we'll have to have a show because there will be a free agent signing that we need to talk about.
Mm-hmm.
Aloha.